Welcome aboard, friends. You're now tuned into Potter Vibes. We're super excited to share today's story with you. Amelia Bones and McGonagall walked into the ministry at dawn with a list of every child Dumbledore had placed, and a warrant for each one. If you enjoy what we do here, the best way to support us is by liking, commenting, and subscribing. We read every comment. Ready? Let's go. Chapter 1. The list. The gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office had never looked so reproachful. Minerva McGonagall stood before it, her hand clutching a weathered leather journal so tightly that her knuckles had gone white. Dawn light slanted through Hogwarts' tall windows, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for her like accusing fingers. "You know I had to do it," she whispered to the stone creature, though she wasn't entirely sure which of them she was trying to convince. The gargoyle remained silent, its granite eyes following her as she turned and walked away, footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. The journal in her hand contained names, dozens upon dozens of names, dates, and locations. Children, all of them. Children who had been moved like chess pieces across the board of Albus Dumbledore's grand design. 3 months had passed since she'd found the first record hidden behind a false panel in the headmaster's personal library. 3 months of sleepless nights and secret investigations. 3 months of growing horror as the pattern became undeniable. And today was the day of reckoning. Minerva descended the grand staircase, her emerald robes sweeping behind her like a tide of purpose. The castle was quiet in these early morning hours, the students still asleep, blissfully unaware of the earthquake about to shake the wizarding world's foundations. She moved with the silent determination of someone who had crossed a line from which there was no return. Outside the gates of Hogwarts, she paused to look back at the castle silhouetted against the lightning sky. For a moment, doubt flickered across her face. Was she betraying Dumbledore's memory? Or honoring it by refusing to let his mistakes remain buried? With a decisive flick of her wand, she disapparated. Amelia Bones was already waiting when Minerva appeared on the quiet country lane. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement stood ramrod straight beside a weathered oak tree, her monocle glinting in the early light. Her survival of Voldemort's assassination attempt had been nothing short of miraculous. A decoy and a timely warning from Kingsley Shacklebolt had saved her life, though few knew she had survived until after the war ended. "Right on time, Minerva," Amelia said, her breath visible in the cool morning air. "I've never known you to be late yourself, Amelia." The two women regarded each other with the measured respect of old allies who had weathered too many storms to waste time on pleasantries. "Do you have the warrants?" Minerva asked. Amelia patted the inside pocket of her formal charcoal robes. "Every last one. Signed by Chief Warlock Ogden himself at midnight. He wasn't pleased to be disturbed, but when I explained the gravity of the situation." She trailed off, her expression hardening. "Even he couldn't deny the evidence. And you're certain they can't be challenged?" "I've built airtight cases for 30 years, Minerva. These warrants will stand against anything the old guard throws at us. The question is," Amelia fixed McGonagall with a penetrating stare, "are you prepared for what happens when we use them?" Minerva's grip tightened on the journal. "I've spent my entire adult life in Albus Dumbledore's shadow, believing in his wisdom, his judgment. I trusted him with the welfare of countless children." Her voice, normally so controlled, wavered slightly. "Including Harry Potter. Especially Harry Potter. And now? Now I know better," McGonagall said, steel entering her tone. "I've seen the evidence. Children separated from loving families because they were Muggle-born and Albus wanted them raised with proper wizarding values. Orphans placed with abusive relatives when kind alternatives existed. Magical children with one wizarding parent deliberately placed with the non-magical side of their family to build character or ensure humility." She nearly spat the words. "All of them manipulated to serve some greater plan that he never saw fit to share with anyone." Amelia nodded grimly. "I've prosecuted dark wizards who showed more regard for consent than some of these placements suggest." They stood in silence for a moment, two powerful witches contemplating the weight of what they were about to do. The ministry will be nearly empty at this hour, Amelia said finally. We can secure the records before anyone raises the alarm. And then? Then, Amelia said, her expression set with determination, we begin bringing these children home. The Ministry of Magic's atrium was eerily quiet, their footsteps echoing against the polished dark wood floors. The golden symbols that usually crawled across the peacock blue ceiling were dimmed for the night, creating an atmosphere of hushed expectancy. The security wizard at the desk startled awake as they approached, nearly knocking over his cup of tea. Madam Bones, he exclaimed, scrambling to his feet. His eyes widened further when he recognized McGonagall. Professor. I wasn't expecting, that is, it's rather early. Official business, Pemberton, Amelia said, presenting her identification. Professor McGonagall is here at my request. Of course, the wizard stammered, hastily checking their wands and returning them. Shall I notify anyone of your arrival? That won't be necessary, Amelia replied with a tight smile that suggested it would, in fact, be most unwelcome. They strode toward the lifts, entering one that rattled ominously before beginning its descent. Level 2, announced the cool female voice as the grills slid open. Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including the improper use of Magic Office, Auror Headquarters, and Wisingamot Administration Services. This way, Amelia murmured, leading Minerva down a corridor lined with office doors. Most were dark, but light spilled from underneath a few, evidence of early risers or perhaps those who had worked through the night. They passed the Auror Headquarters where Minerva caught a glimpse of a tousled-haired Harry Potter hunched over a desk covered with parchment. He looked up, surprised to see his former Transfiguration professor at such an hour. Minerva gave him a brief nod, not breaking stride. They had agreed it was best not to involve him until necessary, his history with Dumbledore was too complex, too raw. Amelia stopped before a heavy oak door with a brass plaque that read, Records and Administration. She tapped it with her wand in a complex pattern, and the door swung open to reveal a dimly lit room lined with filing cabinets that stretched from floor to ceiling. Illuminaire Maxima, Amelia murmured, and orbs of light spread throughout the room, casting away shadows. Where do we begin? Minerva asked, surveying the seemingly endless rows of cabinets. Children's welfare and placement, Amelia replied, moving purposefully toward the far corner of the room. Every magical child's official residence is recorded here, along with the magical guardian assigned if the child is living with muggles. They reached a section marked with a carved emblem of a protective hand hovering over a child. Amelia drew out her wand again and tapped the central filing cabinet. Revelio Dumbledore. The cabinet shuddered, then several drawers slid open simultaneously, parchment folders rising into the air and hovering before them. 27 cases, Amelia said quietly, counting the suspended files. 27 children officially placed by Albus Dumbledore's direct intervention. That matches my list, Minerva confirmed, opening the journal. But there are 42 more who were unofficially placed, children whose guardianships were arranged through intermediaries or whose official records were altered. Amelia's eyebrow arched above her monocle. Altered ministry records? That's a serious allegation, Minerva. I know. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. But I have proof. Records from Hogwarts that don't match what's filed here, Albus's private notes, and testimony from the families involved. She reached into her robes and withdrew a shrunken pensieve, which she restored to its full size with a tap of her wand. Silvery memories swirled within it. I've been gathering memories for months, she explained. From families who suspected something wasn't right about how a magical child came into their care. From children who remembered being taken from their birth families. From ministry workers who were confunded into processing paperwork that they later questioned. Amelia's expression darkened. Memory modification is classified as a restricted magical practice when performed without consent. If Albus was systematically, he was, Minerva interrupted, her voice tight with controlled fury. And we were all too busy admiring his brilliance to notice the children disappearing right in front of us. The memory swirled in the pensieve, coalescing into the image of a small cottage with a thatched roof. A younger Albus Dumbledore stood at the doorway, his auburn hair and beard catching the sunlight. "You're absolutely certain?" asked a witch with kind eyes and worry lines etched deeply around her mouth. "The child's parents are dead." "I'm afraid so, Elspeth," Dumbledore replied, his voice heavy with practiced sorrow. "The father was killed in the Grindelwald conflict, and the mother succumbed to dragon pox just yesterday. The boy has no other family." The witch, Elspeth, looked down at the sleeping infant in Dumbledore's arms. "The poor dear," she whispered. "And you think we should take him?" "You and Harold have been on the adoption registry for years," Dumbledore said gently. "And I know how desperately you've wanted a child. Young Elias here needs a loving home, and you need a child to love. It seems a perfect arrangement. But shouldn't there be paperwork? Official channels?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled reassuringly. "The official channels are overloaded with war orphans, I'm afraid. Children are being lost in the system, shuttled from one temporary home to another." "Is that what you want for Elias?" "No, of course not, but I'll handle the ministry paperwork," Dumbledore assured her. "You have my word that everything will be made official. The important thing is getting this child into a stable home as quickly as possible." Elspeth hesitated, then reached for the baby. "Harold will be surprised when he returns from his trip," she said with a nervous laugh. "But he's wanted a son for so long." The memory shifted, dissolving into mist before reforming into a scene decades later. An elderly Elspeth sat in the same cottage, now weathered with age, facing an equally aged Minerva McGonagall. "I always wondered," Elspeth said softly, her hands trembling around a teacup. "When the boy's Hogwarts letter came addressed to Elias Fawley rather than Elias Turner, I questioned Albus. He told me it was a clerical error, that sometimes the quill that addresses the letters picks up on birth names rather than adopted ones." "And you believed him?" Minerva asked gently. "I wanted to," Elspeth admitted, tears welling in her rheumy eyes. "But then Elias started asking questions about his parentage when he was in his 6th year. He'd found old Daily Prophet articles about the Fawley family, a prominent pure blood line that supposedly died out during Grindelwald's rise. The dates matched his birth." "What did Albus say then?" "He suggested that perhaps Elias was distantly related, that the name was a coincidence. But I saw his face, Minerva. He was hiding something." Elspeth set down her cup, hands shaking too badly to hold it. "After Harold died, I gathered my courage and went to Gringotts. I requested an inheritance test for Elias. And he was Theodore Fawley's son. The last of the direct Fawley line. His parents hadn't died as Albus claimed, his father had been imprisoned for opposing Grindelwald politically, and his mother had gone into hiding in France. She'd left Elias with her sister while she tried to free her husband." Elspeth's voice broke. "Albus found the baby and simply took him. The sister was told he'd been sent to relatives abroad for safety. The mother was told he'd been killed in a raid when she returned. And we were told he was an orphan." "Why?" Minerva whispered, though the question wasn't really directed at Elspeth. "The Fawleys were politically powerful before their downfall," Elspeth said bitterly. "They opposed both Grindelwald and many of the restrictive ministry policies of the time. They advocated for cooperation with Muggles, for sharing magical knowledge more openly." She looked up at Minerva, old anger burning in her eyes. "We loved Elias like our own son, but he was stolen, Minerva. Stolen from a family that could have changed the course of wizarding politics, and placed with us, a kindly but politically uninvolved couple who raised him to keep his head down and stay out of trouble." The memory faded, and Minerva and Amelia found themselves back in the records room, the silvery surface of the pensieve now still. "That's just one case," Minerva said quietly. "I have dozens more." Amelia's face was ashen. "How many children were placed for political reasons?" "At least 15 that I've confirmed." Others were placed to develop specific talents, or to ensure they formed particular friendships, or to keep them away from influences Albus deemed undesirable. And Potter? Minerva's expression tightened. That's among the most disturbing cases. The Dursleys were never the only option, despite what Albus claimed about blood protections. Lily had other relatives, distant cousins who were aware of magic due to having squib family members. They could have provided both the blood protection and a loving home. Then why? I believe he wanted Harry humble, Minerva said, the words tasting bitter in her mouth. Malleable. Grateful for the wizarding world and for Albus's own guidance. A child raised by loving relatives who understood magic might have asked too many questions, might have been too confident, too self-assured to walk willingly to his death when the time came. The silence that followed was heavy with implication. We need to secure these records immediately, Amelia said finally, her voice hard with resolve. And then we need to begin the process of notifying the affected families. Minerva nodded, drawing a thick sheaf of parchment from within her robes. I've prepared files on each case. Current locations of the children, many of whom are adults now, documentation of their original families were known, and evidence of Dumbledore's involvement. This will shatter the wizarding world's perception of Albus, Amelia warned, though her tone made it clear she considered this a necessary consequence rather than a deterrent. The wizarding world has survived worse shocks, Minerva replied grimly. And these children, these families, deserve the truth, however painful it may be. Amelia took the files, her expression solemn. We'll need a secure location to work from. The Department of Mysteries has a sealed conference room that not even the minister can access without proper authorization. Will that be enough? Once word gets out, there will be those who try to bury this. Dumbledore still has powerful allies. Let them try, Amelia said, her voice low and dangerous. I didn't survive Voldemort's assassins to let bureaucrats and sycophants stand in the way of justice. They worked methodically for the next hour, copying records, sealing the originals with protective charms that would alert them to any tampering, and organizing the cases by severity and urgency. Children still in potentially harmful placements would be addressed first, followed by those whose birth families were still searching for them. As they worked, the ministry gradually came to life around them. Distant voices echoed down corridors, lift doors opened and closed, the shuffle of early morning paperwork being distributed provided a backdrop to their urgent mission. We should move to the Department of Mysteries now, Amelia said, checking her watch. The morning staff meeting will begin soon, and questions will be asked about our presence here. Minerva nodded, shrinking the pensieve and returning it to her pocket. What about Harry? Should we tell him before this becomes public? Amelia hesitated. He deserves to know, but his position is complicated. As an Auror, he's bound by certain oaths to the ministry, which could place him in an untenable position if he knows details before official proceedings begin. He's also a victim in all this, Minerva pointed out. Perhaps the most prominent one. True. Amelia considered for a moment. We could inform him of his own case without revealing the others. That would give him time to process his personal connection before he's confronted with the full scope. Agreed. They sealed the records room behind them and made their way toward the lift, documents secured and protected by multiple charms. As they waited, the lift doors opened to reveal Percy Weasley, immaculately dressed despite the early hour, a stack of files levitating behind him. Professor McGonagall. Madam Bones, he exclaimed, clearly surprised. What brings you to the ministry at this hour? Official Hogwarts business with the DMLE, Minerva replied smoothly. Nothing that need concern the minister's office, Mr. Weasley. Percy's eyes narrowed slightly behind his horn-rimmed glasses. I see. Well, as senior undersecretary, I should inform you that any matters involving both Hogwarts and law enforcement typically require ministerial oversight. Not in this case, Amelia said firmly. This falls under Clause 7 of the Educational Emancipation Act, which grants Hogwarts autonomy in matters of student welfare that predate current ministry administration. Percy blinked, wrong-footed by the specific legal citation. I wasn't aware. Few are, Amelia said, her smile thin. That's why they appointed me to head the DMLE, Mr. Weasley. My knowledge of obscure legal precedents has proven quite useful over the years. The lift arrived, and they stepped inside, leaving a flustered Percy in the corridor. He'll report this to Shacklebolt immediately, Minerva murmured as the doors closed. Let him. Kingsley is a good man, but even he won't be able to stop what's coming. The evidence is too compelling. The lift descended to level 9, the Department of Mysteries. When the cool female voice announced their arrival, they stepped out into the bare corridor with its plain black door. This way, Amelia said, leading Minerva not toward the main entrance but to a smaller door partially concealed behind a pillar. She pressed her palm against it, and it dissolved, revealing a narrow passageway. The Unspeakables maintain private meeting rooms for sensitive cases. We'll use Conference Room 3, it has the strongest privacy wards. They followed the passage to another black door, this one marked with a silver number 3. Amelia performed a complex wand movement, and the door swung open to reveal a moderately sized room with a long table surrounded by comfortable chairs. The walls were a peculiar shade of gray that seemed to absorb sound, and the lighting came from floating orbs that adjusted their brightness automatically. Perfect, Minerva said, setting down her materials on the table. How long before we're interrupted, do you think? I'd give it 30 minutes before Kingsley himself arrives, Amelia replied. Which gives us just enough time to organize our presentation. 27 minutes later, the door opened to admit Kingsley Shacklebolt. The Minister for Magic's royal blue robes contrasted sharply with the grey room, and his expression was one of controlled concern. Amelia. Minerva. He nodded to each of them in turn. Percy tells me you're here on some urgent matter involving Hogwarts students. Former students, primarily, Minerva corrected. Though some current ones are affected as well. Kingsley took the seat Amelia offered, his gaze traveling over the organized files spread across the table. What's this about? Albus Dumbledore, Minerva said bluntly. And his systematic relocation of magical children over the past 50 years. Kingsley's eyebrows rose. Relocation. Removal from their rightful families, Amelia clarified, her tone crisp and professional. Placement with selected guardians. Manipulation of ministry records to obscure origins. Memory charms to prevent investigations. Kingsley's expression shifted from concern to alarm. These are serious allegations. They are serious crimes, Amelia corrected. Crimes for which we now have substantial evidence. She slid a folder across the table. This is a summary of our findings. 69 cases in total, spanning from 1943 to 2005. 2005. Kingsley looked up sharply. Albus died in 1997. He left instructions, Minerva said, unable to keep the bitterness from her voice. Detailed plans for specific children that were to be carried out by those he trusted. Most of us had no idea what we were really doing, we were given plausible explanations about safety concerns or family wishes. Kingsley opened the folder with visible reluctance. As he scanned the first page, his expression darkened. Harry Potter is listed here. He is, Minerva confirmed. Albus placed him with the Dursleys against my explicit objections. I later learned that Lily Potter had second cousins who were aware of magic and would have willingly taken Harry in. The blood protection could have been anchored to them just as easily as to Petunia Dursley. Kingsley continued reading, his frown deepening with each page. When he reached the third summary, he looked up, his eyes troubled. Hermione Granger. Minerva's expression tightened. One of the most egregious cases. Her parents were not her birth parents. Her birth mother was a witch who had a brief relationship with a Muggle man. When she discovered she was pregnant, she sought Albus's advice. He convinced her that the child would be better off with Muggle parents who could provide a stable home, rather than with a single magical mother who was, at the time, struggling financially. And the memory charms? Applied to both the birth mother and the Grangers, Minerva replied. The Grangers believed they had conceived naturally after years of fertility treatments. The birth mother was led to believe she had miscarried. Kingsley set down the folder, visibly disturbed. Does Hermione know? Not yet. We wanted to secure the evidence before beginning notifications. The minister sat in silence for a long moment, processing the implications. This will devastate the wizarding community, he finally said. Albus Dumbledore is a hero to many, a symbol of the resistance against Voldemort, the greatest wizard of the modern era. He was also a man, Amelia said quietly. A flawed man who made horrific choices in pursuit of what he believed was right. The children deserve to know the truth, Minerva added. The families who were torn apart deserve justice. Kingsley's gaze was penetrating. And you're prepared for the consequences? The backlash from those who will defend him? The political fallout? We are, Amelia said firmly. There's something else you should know, Minerva added, her voice low. I believe these placements were part of a larger plan. Albus was assembling a network of magically powerful children, positioning them in specific environments to develop certain traits or abilities. To what end? Initially, to oppose Grindelwald. Then Voldemort. And beyond that. Minerva shook her head. I'm not certain. His notes become more cryptic in recent years. There are references to the coming darkness and forces beyond our current understanding. Kingsley leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. So not only did he manipulate dozens of children's lives, but he did so as part of some grand design that he never fully explained to anyone. That's our assessment, Amelia confirmed. The minister was silent for a long moment before he straightened in his chair, his decision made. What do you need from me? Relief washed over Minerva's face. Your support when this goes public. Assurance that the investigation won't be impeded by political considerations. You have it, Kingsley said firmly. Justice must apply equally to heroes and villains alike, or it isn't justice at all. He glanced at the stacks of files. How do you plan to proceed? We've prioritized the cases, Amelia explained. Children in potentially harmful situations first, then those whose birth families are still searching for them. We'll conduct interviews, gather additional testimony, and prepare formal charges against any living individuals who knowingly participated in the illegal placements. And notifications to those affected? That's where we'd like your counsel, Minerva said. These revelations will upend lives. We want to ensure proper support is in place, counselors, legal advisors, family reunification specialists. Kingsley nodded thoughtfully. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes has a mental well-being division that could be repurposed for this. And we should bring in Hermione Granger herself, not to inform her of her case yet, but to help develop protocols for notifications. Her experience with both the magical and muggle worlds would be invaluable. A good suggestion, Amelia agreed. Though we'll need to be careful about what information we share with her initially. Of course. Kingsley checked his watch. The Wisengamot is scheduled to meet at 10 o'clock this morning for routine business. I suggest we use that opportunity to make a formal announcement and initiate official proceedings. So soon? Minerva asked, surprised. If we delay, word will leak, Kingsley said pragmatically. Better to control the narrative from the start than to chase rumors and speculation. He stood, straightening his robes. I'll inform the Chief Warlock and arrange for an emergency session before the regular meeting. Can you be ready to present preliminary findings by 9:30? Amelia and Minerva exchanged glances. We can, Amelia confirmed. Then I'll leave you to prepare. Kingsley moved toward the door, then paused. For what it's worth, I believe you're doing the right thing. Difficult, painful, but right. After he left, Minerva sagged slightly in her chair, the weight of the past months momentarily visible in her posture. I never thought Kingsley would support us so readily. He's a fair man, Amelia replied. And he understands that his duty is to justice, not to preserving comfortable illusions. They worked steadily for the next hour, organizing their presentation for the Wizengamot. As 9 o'clock approached, Minerva paused, staring down at a photograph of Harry Potter as a child, thin, wary, clearly undernourished. We should tell him before the Wizengamot meeting, she said softly. He deserves that much. Amelia considered, then nodded. I'll send for him. But we'll need to be quick, we don't have much time. Harry Potter arrived looking puzzled, his aura robe slightly rumpled from what had clearly been a long night shift. At 35, his face showed the maturity that came from his experiences, but his green eyes still held the same intensity they always had. Professor McGonagall, he said, glancing between her and Amelia. Is everything all right? The message said it was urgent. Please sit down, Harry, Minerva said gently. There's something you need to know before it becomes public knowledge. Wariness flickered across his face as he took a seat. This sounds serious. It is. Minerva took a deep breath. It concerns Albus Dumbledore, and the decisions he made about your placement after your parents' deaths. Harry's expression closed slightly. My placement with the Dursleys? We've discussed this before, Professor. Dumbledore explained about the blood protection. He lied, Harry, Minerva interrupted, her voice soft but firm. Or at the very least, he withheld crucial information from you. Harry stilled, his eyes narrowing. What do you mean? Your mother had other relatives with whom you could have been placed, Amelia explained, sliding a folder toward him. Second cousins on her maternal grandmother's side. They were aware of magic due to having squib relatives of their own. The blood protection could have been anchored to them just as effectively as to Petunia Dursley. Harry stared at the folder without opening it. Why wasn't I placed with them? Minerva and Amelia exchanged glances. We believe Albus wanted to ensure you were raised without knowledge of your fame or importance in the wizarding world, Minerva said carefully. He wanted you humble, unspoiled by your celebrity. Malleable, Harry said, an old bitterness surfacing. Easier to shape into what he needed. Yes, Minerva admitted, pained by his immediate understanding. But there's more, Harry. You weren't the only one. His head snapped up. What? We've discovered evidence that Albus systematically relocated magical children throughout his career, Amelia explained. 69 cases that we've confirmed so far, spanning decades. Harry sat very still, processing this. Why are you telling me this now? Because in 1 hour, we will be presenting this evidence to the Wizengamot, Minerva said. It will become public knowledge, and given your prominence in the wizarding world and your personal connection to Albus, you will inevitably be drawn into the discussion. We felt you deserved to hear about your own case directly from us, before the storm breaks, Amelia added. Harry was quiet for a long moment, his eyes distant as he absorbed the implications. Who else? He finally asked. Who else that I know was relocated? Minerva hesitated, then decided that partial honesty was worse than none at all. Hermione, she said softly. Neville. Luna. Several of your classmates at Hogwarts. Harry's face went blank with shock. Hermione. But her parents are not her birth parents, Minerva confirmed gently. Her birth mother was a witch who was convinced to give her up. Harry stood abruptly, turning away from them to stare at the wall. His shoulders were rigid with tension. Does she know? Not yet. None of them do. He turned back, his expression now controlled, though Minerva could see the effort it cost him. I want to be there when you tell her. And Neville, and Luna. They'll need a friend who understands. Of course, Amelia agreed. We're developing a notification protocol now. Your input would be valuable, if you're willing to provide it. Harry nodded, then glanced at the folder still sitting untouched on the table. My relatives, my mother's cousins. Are they still alive? Yes, Minerva said. Margaret and Richard Evans. They live in Cornwall. They have 2 children of their own, both in their 40s now. I have family, Harry whispered, more to himself than to them. The wonder and pain in those 3 words made Minerva's heart ache. You do, she confirmed. And they asked about you, multiple times over the years. They were told you were being raised by your father's family, who preferred to keep you separate from the Muggle world. Harry's jaw tightened. More lies. I'm so sorry, Harry, Minerva said, meaning it with every fiber of her being. If I had known, you didn't, he interrupted, his tone gentler than she deserved. And you're doing something about it now. He straightened, the aura in him taking over. What do you need from me for the Wizengamot presentation? Amelia seemed mildly surprised by his quick shift to practicality. Nothing at this stage. We wanted you informed, but your official involvement would be better after the initial hearing, when we begin formal investigations. Harry nodded, his mind clearly racing ahead. This will be politically explosive. There are still plenty of people who see Dumbledore as untouchable, despite everything that came out after the war. We're prepared for the backlash, Minerva assured him. Are you? Harry asked, with the hard-earned wisdom of someone who had faced public opinion at its most volatile. This goes beyond politics, Professor. This strikes at the very foundation of how the wizarding world sees itself. Dumbledore wasn't just a powerful wizard or a respected headmaster, he was a symbol of everything we believed about ourselves. That we were the good guys. That our leaders, however flawed, ultimately had our best interests at heart. Minerva felt the weight of his words settle on her shoulders. You're right, she acknowledged. But the truth must come out, however painful. These children, many now adults, deserve to know who they really are, where they came from. I agree, Harry said firmly. I just want you to be fully prepared for what's coming. He glanced at his watch. You said the Wizengamot meets at 9:30? Yes, Amelia confirmed. We should be leaving shortly. Harry nodded. I'll make sure the Auror office is prepared for any security concerns. And I'll speak with Hermione, not to tell her anything specific, but to make sure she's available when needed. Thank you, Harry, Minerva said, touched by his composure and support despite the personal shock he'd just received. He turned to go, then paused at the door. Professor? I don't regret my life, despite everything. I don't know if I would have been happier with these other relatives. But I would have liked the chance to find out. The simplicity of this statement, delivered without drama or recrimination, made it all the more powerful. After he left, Minerva and Amelia gathered their materials in silence, each lost in her own thoughts. The weight of what they were about to do, the lives they were about to change forever, pressed heavily upon them. Are we doing the right thing, Amelia? Minerva asked quietly as they prepared to leave. Amelia's expression was solemn but resolved. The right thing is rarely the easy thing, Minerva. But yes, I believe we are. The truth may hurt, but lies poison everything they touch, slowly, invisibly, but just as surely as any dark magic. Minerva nodded, squaring her shoulders. Then let's get on with it. The Wizengamot chambers were gradually filling as Minerva and Amelia arrived. The tiered seats that surrounded the central floor were occupied by witches and wizards in plum-colored robes, many looking curiously at the 2 formidable women as they took their positions at the speaker's podium. Tiberius Ogden, the chief warlock, approached them with a grave expression. Minister Shacklebolt has briefed me on the general nature of your presentation, he said in a low voice. I must confess, I find these allegations difficult to credit. As did I, when I first discovered the evidence, Minerva replied. But the facts are undeniable, Chief Warlock. Ogden sighed heavily. Very well. I've amended the agenda to allow your presentation before regular business. You'll have the floor in approximately 10 minutes. As he moved away, Minerva scanned the chamber. Nearly all the Wisengamot members were present now, along with various ministry officials who routinely attended sessions. She spotted Harry slipping quietly into an observer's seat at the back, his expression carefully neutral. More surprising was the appearance of Rita Skeeter, who somehow had gotten wind of something noteworthy happening and was now settling into a press box, acid green quill already hovering expectantly over her notepad. Minerva suppressed a grimace. Rita's involvement was inevitable, but her presence so early suggested information had leaked more quickly than anticipated. Kingsley Shacklebolt entered from a side door, his royal blue robes distinctive among the sea of plum. He nodded gravely to Minerva and Amelia as he took his ministerial seat. At precisely 9:30, Ogden rose and raised his wand, emitting a soft chime that immediately quieted the chamber. "This emergency session of the Wisengamot is now in session," he announced, his voice magically amplified. "Before proceeding to scheduled business, we have an urgent matter presented by Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and Professor Minerva McGonagall, headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Madame Bones, you have the floor." Amelia stepped forward, her bearing regal and commanding. "Esteemed members of the Wisengamot, Minister, distinguished colleagues. I come before you today with information of a most grave and disturbing nature. Following extensive investigation, we have uncovered evidence of systematic manipulation in the placement of magical children spanning more than 5 decades. A murmur rippled through the chamber. Specifically, Amelia continued, her voice cutting through the whispers, we have documented 69 cases in which magical children were removed from their rightful families or guardians and placed with selected alternatives, often through deception, memory manipulation, and falsification of ministry records. The murmurs grew louder, forcing Ogden to raise his wand again for silence. These placements were orchestrated primarily by one individual, whose position of authority enabled these actions to go unquestioned and unnoticed for years. Amelia paused, and the chamber held its collective breath. That individual was Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The silence that followed was absolute, lasting perhaps 3 seconds before erupting into a cacophony of shouted denials, questions, and exclamations. Ogden was forced to emit a much louder chime, this one leaving a faint ringing in the ears of everyone present. "Order," he commanded. "You will maintain order in these chambers or I will clear them." Gradually, the noise subsided, though the tension in the air remained palpable. "These are extraordinary claims," Ogden said, his voice tight with controlled emotion. "I trust you have extraordinary evidence to support them." "We do," Minerva replied, stepping forward. She raised her wand, projecting an image into the air above the central floor, a page from Dumbledore's personal journal, his distinctive handwriting clearly visible. "The Potter boy must be placed with his Muggle aunt and uncle," she read aloud. Despite Minerva's objections and the availability of Lily's maternal cousins, the Dursley household presents unique advantages. The boy must grow up away from his fame, untouched by the admiration that would surely poison any magical household. More importantly, the systematic neglect he will experience, while regrettable, will serve to develop the precise character traits necessary for what lies ahead. Gasps echoed through the chamber. Minerva waved her wand again, displaying a different page. "Young Miss Granger shows extraordinary magical potential even at age 3, she continued reading. "Her birth mother's request for assistance provides an ideal opportunity for intervention. I have selected the Grangers, educated Muggles with no knowledge of our world, as optimal parents. Their intellectual household will nurture her academic tendencies, while the inevitable isolation she will experience as a Muggle-born will drive her to form crucial alliances at Hogwarts." Another wave of her wand, another damning entry. "The Lovegood child presents a unique opportunity. With her mother's unfortunate accident, Xenophilius will raise her alone, ensuring exposure to precisely the unconventional thinking we require. I have arranged for specific artifacts to be discovered in their home that will guide her education in directions outside standard curriculum." The chamber had gone deathly quiet now, the initial shock giving way to horrified fascination. Minerva lowered her wand, letting the projection fade. These are but 3 examples, she said, her voice carrying clearly in the silence. We have similar documentation for dozens more cases, along with testimonial evidence, memory records, and discrepancies in official ministry files that support our findings. Augusta Longbottom rose from her seat, her vulture-topped hat quivering with emotion. Are you suggesting that Albus interfered with my grandson's placement as well? Neville came to me after his parents were tortured into insanity. There was no deception there. Not in his initial placement with you, Madame Longbottom, Minerva clarified gently. But in the subsequent guidance regarding his upbringing. Albus specifically encouraged certain methods that he believed would force Neville's magic to manifest more strongly. Augusta paled, clearly remembering some of the more extreme measures that had been taken to draw out Neville's magic, including the infamous incident when his great-uncle Algy had dropped him from a window. Percy Weasley stood next, his face flushed with indignation. This is outrageous. Albus Dumbledore was the greatest wizard of our age, a hero who saved us from not 1 but 2 Dark Lords. To smear his name with these allegations, these are not allegations, Mr. Weasley, Amelia interrupted firmly. They are documented facts, supported by evidence that would stand in any magical court. And a person's heroism in some areas does not excuse criminal behavior in others. Criminal? Percy sputtered. Surely you're not suggesting, I am stating unequivocally, Amelia said, her voice like steel, that the evidence supports charges of kidnapping, illegal memory modification, fraud, abuse of authority, and conspiracy, had Albus Dumbledore been alive to face them. The chamber erupted again, forcing Ogden to call for order once more. In the confusion, Minerva noticed Rita Skeeter scribbling frantically, her expression one of unholy glee at the scandal unfolding before her. When relative calm was restored, Ogden spoke, his voice heavy with the weight of his office. Madam Bones, Headmistress McGonagall, the Wisingamot acknowledges the seriousness of your presentation. What action do you propose? Amelia stepped forward again. We request formal authorization to establish a special investigative committee with authority to access all relevant records, conduct interviews under Veritaserum when appropriate, and develop a comprehensive notification and support protocol for affected individuals. And you have specific names in mind for this committee? We do, Amelia confirmed. A balanced group of legal experts, child welfare specialists, and representatives from both wizarding and muggle backgrounds. The list is included in the materials we've prepared for each member. Ogden nodded thoughtfully. The Wisingamot will need time to review these materials before making a determination. I propose a recess until 2 o'clock this afternoon, at which time we will reconvene to discuss the formation of this committee and any immediate actions required. Minerva and Amelia exchanged glances, both knowing that the delay was both necessary for procedural reasons and politically expedient. It would give the Wisingamot members time to absorb the shock and, hopefully, move past their initial disbelief to consider the evidence objectively. We accept the Chief Warlock's proposal, Amelia said formally. Ogden raised his wand, emitting a final chime. This session is in recess until 2 o'clock. Materials will be distributed to all members immediately. I remind everyone present that the information shared today is sensitive and confidential pending official determination. As the chamber began to empty, several Wisingamot members approached Minerva and Amelia, some with hostile questions, others with expressions of concern or support. Through the crowd, Minerva spotted Harry slipping out a side door, his face unreadable. Rita Skeeter made a beeline for them, but was intercepted by Kingsley, who smoothly directed her toward a ministry press liaison. The disappointment on her face was almost comical, but Minerva knew it was only a temporary reprieve. By tomorrow, the entire wizarding world would know at least some version of what had transpired today. Well, Amelia said quietly as they gathered their materials, the die is cast. Indeed, Minerva agreed. The question now is how the pieces will fall. The 4 hours before the Wisingamot was scheduled to reconvene passed in a blur of private meetings, hasty explanations, and strategic planning. Word had spread quickly despite Ogden's admonition about confidentiality, and both Minerva and Amelia found themselves besieged with requests for information. They retreated to the secure conference room in the Department of Mysteries, where they were joined by Harry, Kingsley, and a small group of trusted advisors including Arthur Weasley, whose experience with both ministry bureaucracy and Muggle relations made him invaluable. "The Wisengamot is divided," Kingsley reported after meeting with key members. "The older faction, those who worked closely with Albus during the First War against Voldemort, are resistant to accepting the evidence. The younger members, particularly those who were students during Harry's time at Hogwarts, seem more willing to consider the possibility." "That tracks with what we expected," Amelia noted. "Those with personal loyalty to Albus will find it hardest to reconcile these revelations with their image of him." "What about the press?" Minerva asked. "Has Rita published anything yet?" "Not yet," Arthur replied, looking up from a stack of parchment he was reviewing. The Prophet's afternoon edition had already gone to press before the session. "But I've heard she's working on a special evening edition, which is unusual." Harry, who had been quietly pacing near the back of the room, spoke up. "We need to get ahead of this. Once Rita publishes her version, it will shape public perception in ways we can't control." "What do you suggest?" Kingsley asked. "A direct statement from the two of you," Harry said, gesturing to Minerva and Amelia. "Published simultaneously in The Prophet, The Quibbler, and Wizarding Wireless Network. Factual, compassionate, and focused on the victims rather than vilifying Dumbledore." "Good thinking," Amelia agreed. "We should emphasize that our goal is truth and healing, not punishment or revenge. And we should announce support services immediately," Minerva added. "Before the affected families learn of their situations from the newspaper." "I've spoken with St. Mungo's," Kingsley said. "They're assembling a team of mind healers specializing in trauma and family reconciliation. And the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes is setting up a special division to handle logistical issues, finding birth families, arranging meetings, providing temporary housing if needed." "What about the Muggle families?" Arthur asked. "Many of these cases involve Muggle adoptive parents or birth relatives." "That's where we'll need your expertise, Arthur," Amelia acknowledged. "The international statute of secrecy complicates matters, but doesn't supersede basic human rights. We'll need protocols for disclosure that protect both our world and the emotional well-being of the Muggles involved." As they continued planning, a silver lynx Patronus glided into the room, Kingsley's security measure for urgent communications. It spoke with the voice of Tiberius Ogden. "Minister, the press has gotten hold of partial details. Rita Skeeter's article will publish within the hour. Several members are calling for an immediate reconvening rather than waiting until 2 o'clock. Your presence is requested in my office at your earliest convenience." Kingsley sighed heavily. So much for controlling the narrative. He stood, straightening his robes. "I'll deal with Ogden. Harry, perhaps you should check on Hermione and the others who will be most immediately affected by this news." Harry nodded grimly. "I was planning to. Ron's already with Hermione. I sent him a message earlier asking him to stay close to her today, though I didn't tell him why." "Good thinking," Minerva said softly. "She'll need both of you when she learns the truth." As Harry and Kingsley departed on their respective missions, Minerva found herself staring at the stacks of files spread across the table. Each represented a life irrevocably altered by Albus Dumbledore's machinations, children placed like pieces on a chessboard, families fractured in service to some greater plan. "Having second thoughts?" Amelia asked quietly, coming to stand beside her. "No," Minerva replied, her voice firm despite her fatigue. "But I am thinking of what Albus would say if he were here. He'd have some grand justification, some explanation about the greater good that would almost make sense when he said it." "And what would you say to him in return?" Minerva's expression hardened. "I would tell him that no vision of the future, however noble, justifies manipulating innocent lives. That children are not pawns, and families are not expendable. That he had no right, none whatsoever, to play God with their lives." Amelia nodded, satisfaction evident in her expression. Then we're still on the same page. She checked her watch. We should prepare for the Wisengamot. If they're reconvening early, we need to be ready. The Wisengamot chambers were chaotic when they arrived. News had indeed leaked, and the public gallery was now packed with spectators, reporters, and concerned citizens. Ministry security wizards lined the walls, their wands visibly ready for any disturbance. Rita Skeeter had secured a prime position in the press section, and the sight of her triumphant smile sent a chill down Minerva's spine. Whatever she had published, or was about to publish, would undoubtedly be sensationalized to the point of distortion. The Wisengamot members themselves appeared agitated, clustering in small groups that engaged in heated discussions. Minerva noted with concern that these groupings seemed to fall along generational lines, confirming Kingsley's assessment of the divided response. Ogden called the session to order, his expression grave. Members of the Wisengamot, it appears that information from our closed session this morning has been prematurely disclosed to the press. As such, I have agreed to reconvene earlier than planned to address this situation. Dolores Umbridge, who had somehow maintained her Wisengamot seat despite her disgrace during the war, rose from her place, her voice syrupy sweet. Chief Warlock, before we proceed, I move that these outrageous allegations against Albus Dumbledore be dismissed immediately. It is clear that this is nothing more than a calculated attempt to sully the reputation of one of Wizardkin's greatest heroes, at a time when he can no longer defend himself. Several older members murmured their agreement, while others looked uncomfortable. Your motion is noted, Madam Umbridge, Ogden replied with barely concealed distaste. However, procedure requires that we hear the full presentation of evidence before making any determination. If I may, Chief Warlock, Amelia said, stepping forward. The evidence we have presented is not a matter of allegation or interpretation. It consists of Albus Dumbledore's own written records, magical contracts bearing his signature, and testimony from ministry officials who were involved, sometimes unwittingly, in processing the paperwork for these placements. Hearsay and forgeries. Umbridge interrupted, her face flushing. Authenticated by the Department of Magical Records and verified independently by Gringotts authentication specialists, Amelia countered smoothly. The documentation has been made available to all members for review. Augusta Longbottom stood, drawing all eyes with her commanding presence despite her advanced age. I have reviewed the materials pertaining to my grandson, Neville. While I find the implications deeply troubling, I cannot deny the authenticity of the evidence. Albus did indeed counsel specific methods for Neville's upbringing that, in retrospect, were designed more to develop certain character traits than to nurture his well-being. Her public acknowledgement shifted the atmosphere in the chamber. If Augusta Longbottom, known for her fierce protection of her family and her longtime support of Dumbledore, was willing to accept the evidence, others would find it harder to dismiss. Ogden seized the moment. The chair recognizes Minister Shacklebolt. Kingsley rose, his deep voice carrying effortlessly through the chamber. Members of the Wisengamot, I have personally reviewed the evidence presented by Headmistress McGonagall and Madame Bones. While I shared many of your initial reactions of disbelief and dismay, I cannot in good conscience dismiss the facts before us. He paused, his gaze sweeping the chamber. Albus Dumbledore was indeed a great wizard who made immeasurable contributions to our society. He was also, as we now know, capable of terrible mistakes and morally questionable decisions. Both realities can exist simultaneously, and our responsibility is to acknowledge both, not to preserve a comforting illusion at the expense of truth and justice. A murmur of thoughtful consideration rippled through the chamber. I therefore support the proposal to establish a special investigative committee, Kingsley continued. Not to posthumously prosecute Albus Dumbledore, but to bring truth and healing to those affected by his actions, and to ensure that such systematic manipulation never occurs again, regardless of who perpetrates it or how noble their intentions may seem. The debate continued for another hour, with various members expressing concerns, asking questions, and proposing amendments to the committee's structure and authority. Throughout, Minerva and Amelia responded with patient clarity, never becoming defensive even when the questions verged on accusatory. Finally, Ogden called for a vote on the establishment of the investigative committee. The result was not unanimous, but a clear majority supported moving forward, 67 in favor, 21 opposed, with 5 abstentions. The motion carries, Ogden announced. The Special Committee on Child Placement Investigations is hereby established, with the authority and composition as outlined in the proposal. Madam Bones will serve as chair, with Headmistress McGonagall as special advisor. He turned to address Amelia directly. The committee is authorized to begin its work immediately. I request daily reports on your progress, particularly regarding notification protocols for affected families. Of course, Chief Warlock, Amelia agreed. We anticipate beginning notifications within 24 hours, once proper support services are in place. As the session concluded, Minerva felt a curious mixture of relief and trepidation. The first hurdle had been cleared, but the real challenge lay ahead, telling dozens of people that their identities, their families, the very foundations of their lives had been built on carefully constructed lies. Evening found Minerva in her temporary office at the ministry, reviewing the notification schedule that had been developed. The committee had decided to begin with adults rather than currently underage children, reasoning that they were better equipped emotionally to handle the revelations. A soft knock at the door interrupted her concentration. "Enter," she called, expecting one of the committee members. Instead, Harry Potter stepped into the room, looking weary but resolute. "Professor. I hope I'm not interrupting." "Not at all, Harry," she said, setting aside her work. "Please, sit down. How are you holding up?" He gave a wry smile as he took the offered chair. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? You're the one who spent the day being interrogated by the Wisengamot." "I'm quite accustomed to difficult questions after decades of teaching," she replied with a faint smile of her own. "But I suspect your day has been no less challenging in its own way." Harry nodded, his expression growing somber. "I've been with Ron and Hermione. Rita's article came out an hour ago." Minerva winced. "How bad is it?" "Actually, less sensationalized than I expected," Harry admitted. She must have realized the story was explosive enough without embellishment. The headline was, "Dumbledore's Children, the Secret Legacy of Magical Placements," and while she included plenty of her usual dramatic flair, the core facts were surprisingly accurate. "And Hermione?" Harry sighed heavily. "She figured it out immediately. Before she even finished the article, she looked up at me and asked if she was one of them. When I couldn't answer directly, she knew." He ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair. "She's processing. Ron's with her now. I came here because she has questions that I couldn't answer." "Of course she does," Minerva murmured. Hermione Granger had always been one to seek understanding through information. "We were planning to speak with her tomorrow, but if she's already aware." "I think sooner would be better," Harry said. "You know Hermione, she'll drive herself mad with speculation if left to wonder overnight." Minerva nodded decisively. "You're right. Is she at home?" "At Ron's family's place, actually. The Burrow. They thought it better to be surrounded by family right now." "A wise choice. I'll gather the necessary information and meet you there in an hour, if that's acceptable." "Thank you, Professor." Harry stood, hesitated, then asked the question that was clearly weighing on him. "My mother's cousins, the Evans family. When will they be notified that I know about them?" "They're scheduled for tomorrow morning," Minerva replied gently. "But if you'd prefer to be present for that meeting, or to delay it until you've had more time to prepare—" "No," Harry interrupted. "Tomorrow is good. I've waited 35 years to meet them. I don't want to wait any longer than necessary." There was a quiet dignity in his voice that made Minerva's heart ache for all he had lost, and all he might have had. "I'll make the arrangements," she promised. "And Harry? For what it's worth, I am truly sorry. Not just for my part in keeping you from them, but for not questioning Albus more forcefully when my instincts told me something was wrong. Harry regarded her thoughtfully. You know what I've learned over the years, Professor? That good people can make terrible mistakes when they trust the wrong person. It doesn't make them bad people, just human. The simple absolution in his words brought unexpected tears to Minerva's eyes. When did you become so wise, Mr. Potter? He smiled, a flash of the boy he had been visible in his grown man's face. I had good teachers. Even the ones who made mistakes. After he left, Minerva sat in silence for several minutes, allowing herself a rare moment of emotional vulnerability before the professional mask slipped back into place. Then she rose, gathered the files she would need, and prepared to face Hermione Granger, the brightest witch of her generation, who was about to learn that her entire identity had been constructed on a foundation of lies. The burrow was unusually quiet when Minerva arrived, the typical Weasley chaos subdued by the gravity of the situation. Arthur met her at the door, his kind face lined with concern. Thank you for coming so quickly, Minerva, he said, leading her inside. Hermione's in the living room with Ron and Harry. Molly's keeping the others occupied in the kitchen to give them some privacy. A wise precaution, Minerva agreed, following him through the familiar, cluttered hallway. In the living room, Hermione sat between Ron and Harry on the sagging couch, a copy of the Evening Prophet spread on the coffee table before them. She looked up as Minerva entered, her face pale but composed, her eyes bright with unshed tears. It's true, isn't it? She asked without preamble. I'm one of Dumbledore's placements. Minerva took the chair across from her, setting a folder on the table. Yes, Hermione. I'm deeply sorry that you had to learn about this from the newspaper rather than from us directly. We had planned to speak with you tomorrow, with proper preparation and support. I don't need preparation, Hermione said, her voice tight with controlled emotion. I need the truth. All of it. Ron placed a protective arm around her shoulders. Maybe we should wait for the mind healers that Harry mentioned. No, Hermione interrupted firmly. I've spent my entire life valuing knowledge and truth above comfort. I'm not going to change that now. She looked directly at Minerva. Please, Professor. Tell me what you know. Minerva nodded, respecting her former student's courage. Your birth mother's name is Eleanor Fairchild. She was a half-blood witch who attended Hogwarts from 1970 to 1977, a Ravenclaw, as you might expect. She was particularly gifted in charms and ancient runes. Hermione seemed to absorb this information like a physical blow, her breath catching slightly before she nodded for Minerva to continue. In 1979, she had a brief relationship with a Muggle man named James Cooper while working in London. When she discovered she was pregnant, she turned to Albus for advice. She was young, struggling financially, and concerned about raising a child alone during the First Wizarding War. And he convinced her to give me up, Hermione whispered. Yes, Minerva confirmed gently. He suggested that a child with her magical potential would be safer with Muggle parents, away from the conflict in the wizarding world. He specifically selected the Grangers, educated professionals who had been trying unsuccessfully to have a child. Were they aware of the deception? Hermione asked, her voice small. No, Minerva said firmly. They were led to believe that their fertility treatments had finally succeeded. Memory charms were used to create a false pregnancy experience for your mother, and to adjust medical records accordingly. Ron's arm tightened around Hermione's shoulders as she processed this. And my birth mother? What was she told? That you had been placed with a loving family who would raise you well, but who wished for a closed adoption with no contact. Later, when you began showing signs of magic and received your Hogwarts letter, Albus informed her that you were thriving but asked her not to seek contact until you had completed your education, arguing that it would be too disruptive. He kept us apart deliberately, Hermione said, realization dawning in her eyes. Because he needed me focused on helping Harry, not distracted by discovering my magical heritage. That appears to have been his reasoning. Yes, Minerva agreed, pained by the hurt visible on her former student's face. Is she still alive? Hermione asked, leaning forward slightly. My birth mother? Yes. She lives in Edinburgh now. She's a researcher with the Department of Mysteries, specializing in the intersection of ancient magical languages and spell creation. A small, choked laugh escaped Hermione. Well, I suppose that explains some things about my academic interests. There's more, Minerva said gently, opening the folder on the table. She's been asking about you regularly since the end of the Second Wizarding War. With Albus gone, there was no one to continue deflecting her inquiries, but the ministry bureaucracy moves slowly, and her requests were repeatedly delayed on technicalities. She's been trying to find me. Hermione whispered, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. For years, Minerva confirmed, removing a photograph from the folder and sliding it across the table. Hermione's hands trembled as she picked up the picture. It showed a woman in her mid-60s with silver-streaked brown hair and familiar warm brown eyes, standing before a bookshelf that reached from floor to ceiling. She was smiling at the camera with a gentle, thoughtful expression that Hermione herself often wore. She looks like me, Hermione said wonderingly. Or I look like her. You have her eyes, Ron observed softly, looking from the photograph to Hermione. And her smile. Would you like to meet her? Minerva asked. She's been notified of the investigation and has expressed an immediate desire to connect with you, but only when you feel ready. Hermione stared at the photograph for a long moment, then looked up, a new determination in her tear-streaked face. Yes. As soon as possible. I can arrange it for tomorrow, Minerva offered. What about my parents? Hermione asked suddenly. The Grangers. This will devastate them. We have specialists prepared to help them understand and process this information, Minerva assured her. The committee is developing protocols specifically for Muggle adoptive parents, to help them cope with both the magical elements and the emotional impact. I should be there when they're told, Hermione insisted. They've been through so much already because of me, the memory modifications during the war, the restoration afterward. I can't let strangers deliver this kind of news to them. Of course, Minerva agreed. We anticipated that you might feel that way, and were prepared to accommodate your wishes. Harry, who had been silently supportive throughout the conversation, finally spoke. What about the other part of this, Professor? The pattern that Dumbledore was following? Was Hermione placed with the Grangers specifically to develop certain traits? Minerva sighed heavily. According to his notes, yes. He believed that placing a magically gifted child in an intellectually stimulating but non-magical household would create a specific combination of characteristics: exceptional academic achievement, a deep respect for knowledge, a certain insecurity about belonging in the magical world, and a corresponding determination to prove herself. Hermione's expression hardened. He engineered my entire personality. He influenced your environment, Minerva corrected gently. But who you became, your courage, your loyalty, your compassion, those qualities are yours alone, Hermione. Nature may provide potential, and nurture may shape opportunity, but character comes from within. Hermione was silent for a long moment, absorbing this. Then she straightened, wiping away her tears with a decisive gesture. I want to help with the investigation, she announced. There must be dozens of others like me, and they deserve to know the truth just as much as I do. The committee would welcome your assistance, Minerva said, unsurprised by this response. Hermione had always channeled her emotions into action. Your experience bridging the magical and Muggle worlds would be particularly valuable as we develop notification protocols. And it might help you process your own situation, Harry added quietly. That's why I volunteered as well. Hermione gave him a grateful look, then turned back to Minerva. When can I meet Eleanor, my birth mother? I can arrange for tomorrow afternoon, after we speak with your parents, Minerva offered. Would that give you enough time to prepare? Hermione nodded, looking down at the photograph again. 35 years too late, but yes, tomorrow will do. As the conversation continued, focusing on practical arrangements and emotional support, Minerva observed the three friends with a mixture of pride and sorrow. They had faced so much together, trolls and dark lords, persecution and war, and now they faced this new challenge with the same united front. How differently might their lives have unfolded if Albus had not interfered? Would Hermione have grown up knowing her magical heritage? Would Harry have been raised by family who cherished him? Would their friendships have formed at all? These questions had no answers, but as Minerva watched Ron tenderly wipe a tear from Hermione's cheek, and Harry squeeze her hand in silent support, she thought perhaps the bonds between them transcended Albus's manipulations. Some connections, it seemed, were destined to form regardless of circumstances. When she finally took her leave, the night was well advanced, stars visible through breaks in the clouds. Minerva paused at the garden gate, looking back at the warmly lit windows of the burrow. Despite the pain of revelation, there was comfort in the knowledge that Hermione was surrounded by love as she faced this profound disruption to her sense of self. Not all of Albus's children would be so fortunate, Minerva reflected grimly as she prepared to apparate back to the ministry. For some, the truth would come as a devastating blow with no support system to cushion it. For others, it would confirm long-held suspicions or explain lifelong feelings of displacement. And for all of them, it would mean reconstructing their understanding of themselves and their place in the world, a process that promised to be both painful and prolonged. With renewed determination, Minerva disappeared into the night, already planning the next day's notifications. The work ahead was daunting, but necessary. The children of Dumbledore's designs deserved nothing less than the full truth, however difficult it might be to hear. Chapter 2, The Hearings. Dawn painted the sky in watercolor shades of pink and gold as Minerva McGonagall stepped out of her temporary quarters at the ministry. She had hardly slept, her mind racing with preparations for the day ahead. The weight of responsibility pressed down on her shoulders like a physical burden, yet there was a certain lightness in her step, the peculiar freedom that comes from finally speaking a long-held truth aloud. The corridors were still quiet at this early hour, though she noted several offices already illuminated. The revelation of Dumbledore's systematic manipulation of children's lives had sparked a quiet frenzy within the ministry, with many departments working through the night to prepare for the storm of inquiries, legal challenges, and emotional crises that would surely follow. Minerva made her way to the conference room that had been designated as committee headquarters. She was unsurprised to find Amelia Bones already there, reviewing documents with the same methodical precision she brought to all her work. "You're early," Amelia noted without looking up. "As are you," Minerva replied, setting down her own stack of files. "Have you slept at all?" "An hour or two," Amelia admitted. "There's too much to organize before the first hearings begin." Minerva nodded in understanding. The special committee had scheduled its first formal session for 10 o'clock that morning, barely 24 hours after their initial presentation to the Wizengamot. The pace was punishing, but necessary. With Rita Skeeter's article now circulating throughout Wizarding Britain, they needed to establish official narrative control quickly. "I've been thinking about the order of presentations," Minerva said, taking a seat across from Amelia. "We should begin with cases that are absolutely irrefutable, ones where Albus's own records provide clear evidence of deliberate manipulation." "Agreed," Amelia replied. "And I believe we should start with a case that's emotionally resonant but not as high-profile as Potter's or Granger's. Something that will help the Wizengamot see the human cost without immediately becoming entangled in celebrity." "I have just the case," Minerva said, sliding a folder across the table. "Elias Folly." Amelia opened the folder, scanning the contents with a practiced eye. The pure-blood heir who was told his family had died, when in fact they'd been politically neutralized by Grindelwald. "And subsequently by Albus," Minerva added grimly. "It's a clear example of his willingness to destroy a family line for political expediency." "How is Folly now? Will he testify?" "He's 78, living in Dorset. And yes, I spoke with him last night. He's angry, understandably so, but composed. He'll make a credible witness." Amelia nodded approvingly. "Good. We'll open with Folly, then proceed to the Hartwick case, the Muggle-born witch whose magical heritage was concealed to ensure she be placed in Gryffindor rather than Slytherin. A transparent attempt to stack the houses according to his preferred balance of power, Minerva agreed, her lips thinning with disapproval. That should establish the pattern before we move to more recent cases. They continued planning the presentation order, pausing only when a young witch entered with a tray of tea and toast. The minister asked me to bring you breakfast, she explained, setting down the tray. He thought you might forget to eat otherwise. Thank Kingsley for his thoughtfulness, Amelia replied with a rare smile. As they ate, other committee members began arriving, specialists in magical law, child welfare experts, a liaison from the Department of Mysteries, and 2 representatives from the Muggleworthy Excuse Committee who would help manage the inevitable interactions with the non-magical world. Hermione Granger was among the last to arrive, her face pale but determined. She had obviously not slept much either, but her eyes were clear and focused as she took a seat at the far end of the table. Miss Granger, Minerva greeted her, deliberately using the formal address in this professional setting despite their personal connection. Thank you for joining us this morning. I want to help, Hermione said simply. And I need to understand, all of it. Amelia nodded in acknowledgement. Your perspective will be valuable as we develop protocols for notification and support. But I must ask, are you certain you want to be present for the hearings today? They may be emotionally challenging, particularly given your own circumstances. I'm certain, Hermione replied firmly. I've faced worse than uncomfortable truths. The quiet dignity in her voice silenced any further objections. Minerva felt a surge of pride for this remarkable young woman who had once been her student, who still, in many ways, remained her student, though now they learned difficult lessons together. At 9:30, Harry Potter arrived, looking slightly harried but resolute. Sorry I'm almost late, he said, taking the empty seat beside Hermione. I was meeting with the Evans family. Minerva's eyebrows rose in surprise. Your mother's cousins. That meeting wasn't scheduled until this afternoon. I couldn't wait, Harry admitted, a complicated mix of emotions crossing his face. I went to Cornwall at sunrise. They were expecting me, apparently. They'd seen Rita's article and guessed I might come. How did it go? Hermione asked softly. Harry's expression shifted to one of wonder tinged with old grief. They have photos of my mum as a child. Family albums with pictures I've never seen. They knew her, really knew her, before Hogwarts, before everything. He swallowed hard. And they asked about me. Every year, they said. They wrote to Dumbledore asking about me, and he always told them I was happy and well cared for with my father's family. The pain in his voice was palpable. Minerva reached across the table, briefly touching his hand in a rare gesture of personal comfort. I'm so sorry, Harry. He nodded, composing himself. It's all right. Or it will be. They want me to bring the children to visit next weekend. James is already excited about having more cousins. The reminder of Harry's 3 children, and the family he had built despite Dumbledore's manipulations, seemed to strengthen his resolve. He straightened in his chair, his expression shifting to the focused determination that had served him well as both an Auror and a father. I'm ready for the hearings, he said. What do you need from me? Your testimony will be scheduled for tomorrow, Amelia explained. Today we'll establish the pattern with less high-profile cases. Your presence in the gallery will be helpful, however, a visible reminder that these manipulations affected real people, including those the wizarding world respects. With the committee fully assembled, they made final preparations before making their way to courtroom 3, where the hearings would be held. Unlike the full Wisengamot chamber, this smaller courtroom offered a more intimate setting that would allow witnesses to speak without feeling overwhelmed by the grandeur of the main hall. Already, a line of spectators waited outside, hoping for seats in the public gallery. Ministry security wizards checked each person carefully, wary of potential disruptions. Rita Skeeter stood at the front of the line, her acid green quill hovering eagerly beside her. When she spotted Minerva and Amelia, she surged forward, only to be firmly intercepted by a burly security wizard. "Headmistress." "Madam Bones," she called over the wizard's shoulder. "Care to comment on rumors that Dumbledore was building a private army? Or that some of the children were specifically bred for magical abilities?" "Ms. Skeeter's imagination continues to exceed her journalistic integrity," Amelia remarked dryly as they passed through the private entrance. "Though I suspect that's the least of the rumors we'll be hearing in the coming days." "Let them speculate," Minerva replied. "The truth is damning enough without embellishment." The courtroom filled quickly as 10 o'clock approached. The committee members took their places at a long table facing the witness chair. Behind them, tiered seating accommodated Wisengamot members and ministry officials. Across the room, the public gallery was packed with journalists, concerned citizens, and the inevitable curiosity seekers drawn by the promise of scandal. At precisely 10 o'clock, Tiberius Ogden entered and took his place at the presiding officer's seat. With a tap of his wand against the polished wood podium, he called the session to order. "This hearing of the Special Committee on Child Placement Investigations is now in session," he announced, his voice magically amplified to reach every corner of the room. "Today we begin formal examination of evidence regarding the systematic relocation of magical children under the direction of Albus Dumbledore. Madam Bones, as committee chair, you may proceed with your opening statement." Amelia rose, her posture impeccable, her expression grave but controlled. "Thank you, Chief Warlock. Members of the Wisengamot, distinguished colleagues, and citizens of magical Britain, we convene today to examine one of the most disturbing patterns of manipulation in recent wizarding history." She paused, allowing her gaze to sweep the room. "This is not a trial. Albus Dumbledore is beyond earthly judgment. Rather, we seek truth, truth for those whose lives were irrevocably altered, truth for the families who were deceived, and truth for a society that must reconcile its admiration for a hero with the reality of his actions." Throughout the gallery, people leaned forward, hanging on her every word. Even Rita Skeeter had set aside her usual smirk in favor of rapt attention. The committee has identified 69 cases spanning more than 5 decades in which magical children were removed from their rightful families or guardians and placed according to Albus Dumbledore's designs. Some were orphans whose surviving relatives were deemed unsuitable for reasons that had nothing to do with their welfare. Others were Muggle-born children redirected to selected families rather than remaining with their birth parents. Still others were deliberately placed in environments calculated to develop specific traits or talents. Murmurs rippled through the audience, quickly silenced by Ogden's stern glance. "We will hear testimony today from several affected individuals," Amelia continued. "Their stories, while unique in detail, form a pattern that cannot be dismissed as coincidence or misunderstanding. It is a pattern of calculated interference in the most fundamental human relationship, that between parent and child." She took a breath, then delivered her final point with quiet intensity. "We approach these hearings not with vindictiveness, but with a commitment to healing. For too long, these individuals have lived lives shaped by hidden hands. Today, we begin the process of restoring to them the truth of their origins and the agency to determine their own paths forward." As Amelia resumed her seat, the courtroom remained hushed, absorbing the gravity of her words. Minerva noted with approval that even those who had initially been skeptical appeared thoughtful now, prepared to listen rather than dismiss. Ogden cleared his throat. "The committee may call its first witness." Amelia nodded to a court officer, who opened a side door. "The committee calls Elias Fawley." An elderly wizard entered, walking with the aid of a carved wooden cane. Despite his age, he carried himself with dignity, his back straight and his head high. He took the witness chair with deliberate movements, settling himself carefully before looking up at the committee. "Mr. Fawley," Amelia began gently, "thank you for your willingness to testify today. Could you please state your full name and current residence for the record?" "Elias Theodore Fawley," he replied, his voice surprisingly strong. "I reside in Dorchester, Dorset. And you are here voluntarily to discuss circumstances regarding your childhood placement?" "I am," he confirmed. Though I must say, I never expected to be discussing such matters at my age. One assumes that at 78, the defining mysteries of one's life have either been solved or accepted as unsolvable. There was a quiet dignity in his wry observation that earned him sympathetic nods from several committee members. "Mr. Fawley," Minerva said, taking over the questioning, "could you tell us what you understood about your family origins while growing up?" Elias shifted slightly in his chair. "I was raised by Harold and Elspeth Turner, a childless couple who lived in a small village in Devon. They told me, or rather, they had been told, that I was an orphan of the war against Grindelwald. My father supposedly died in combat, and my mother of dragon pox shortly after my birth." "And when did you begin to question this account?" "During my 6th year at Hogwarts," Elias replied. "I was researching pureblood family histories for a history of magic assignment and came across references to the Fawley family, a prominent line that had supposedly died out during Grindelwald's rise. The dates corresponded with my birth year, and I noticed that the last known Fawley heir was named Theodore." He paused, his weathered hands gripping his cane more tightly. "My middle name is Theodore. At the time, I thought it might be coincidence, or perhaps my adoptive parents had known of my heritage and honored it with my middle name. When I asked Headmaster Dumbledore about the similarity, he suggested exactly that, a possible distant relation, nothing more." "But you continued to suspect there might be more to the story?" Amelia prompted. "Not immediately," Elias admitted. "I was young, and the headmaster was, well, he was Albus Dumbledore. Who was I to question his knowledge? But after my adoptive father died, Elspeth, my mother, she grew increasingly troubled by certain inconsistencies in the story of my arrival. She eventually convinced me to undergo an inheritance test at Gringotts. And what did that test reveal? That I was indeed Theodore Fawley's son, the direct heir to the Fawley line." His voice grew tight with controlled emotion. "My father had not died in combat. He had been imprisoned for opposing Grindelwald politically. My mother had gone into hiding in France, leaving me with her sister while she attempted to secure my father's release." The courtroom was utterly silent now, every person present hanging on his words. "Dumbledore found me with my aunt and simply took me," Elias continued, his voice steady despite the pain evident in his eyes. "My aunt was told I had been sent to relatives abroad for safety. My mother, when she returned unsuccessful from her mission, was told I had been killed in a raid. And the Turners were told I was an orphan in need of a loving home. Did you ever discover why Albus Dumbledore would orchestrate such elaborate deception?" Minerva asked softly. Elias's expression hardened. The Fawley family had been politically powerful before their downfall. My father, in particular, was known for his opposition to both Grindelwald and the restrictive policies of the then ministry. He advocated for cooperation with Muggles, for sharing certain magical knowledge more openly, for reforming the statute of secrecy to allow more integration between our worlds. He looked directly at Minerva, his gaze unwavering. Positions that Albus Dumbledore publicly supported later in his career, I might add. But in the 1940s, he apparently deemed such views dangerous enough to warrant extinguishing our family line, or at least removing the heir from an environment where he might develop similar political leanings. Murmurs swept through the courtroom at this revelation. Ogden tapped his wand against the podium, restoring order. "Mr. Fawley," Amelia said, "were you ever able to reunite with any of your birth family?" "No," he replied, and for the first time, his voice wavered slightly. "By the time I discovered the truth, both my parents had died, my father in Nurmengard, my mother of grief in a small French village. My aunt had also passed away. I was the last of the Fawleys, raised to keep my head down and stay out of politics, exactly as Dumbledore intended." "And how did this revelation affect your life?" Minerva asked gently. Elias was quiet for a moment, considering the question. "It explained much that had always puzzled me, my innate affinity for French, certain magical abilities that seemed to appear spontaneously rather than being taught. But mostly, it left me with a profound sense of incompletion. Of a life partially lived." He straightened in his chair, his dignity reasserting itself. I did what I could with the knowledge. I reclaimed the Folly name, researched my heritage, and tried to honor what I understood of my birth parents' values. But I never had the chance to know them, to learn from them directly, to be part of the family I was born to. The testimony continued for another hour, with committee members asking detailed questions about specific interactions with Dumbledore, the documentation Elias had gathered, and the personal impact of his discovery. Throughout, he remained composed and articulate, the pain of his experience tempered by decades of reflection. When Elias was finally excused, many in the audience seemed visibly moved. Even Rita Skeeter was writing furiously without her usual gleeful expression, apparently recognizing that this story required no embellishment to engage her readers. The committee called 3 more witnesses before breaking for lunch, a now-adult witch who had been removed from her Muggle-born parents and placed with a wizarding family, an elderly wizard who discovered in his 40s that his squib status had been falsely created through magic-suppressing potions administered by Dumbledore, and a middle-aged witch whose placement had separated her from a twin sister for political reasons. Each testimony added layers to the emerging pattern, deliberate manipulation of children's lives to achieve specific outcomes, often at terrible emotional cost to the individuals involved and their families. As the morning session concluded, Minerva found herself exhausted yet grimly satisfied. The witnesses had been compelling, their stories too consistent and well-documented to be easily dismissed. Even those Wizengamot members who had initially been skeptical now appeared troubled by the evidence. In the corridor outside the courtroom, reporters swarmed around committee members, shouting questions and jockeying for position. Minerva deftly avoided the worst of the crush, making her way toward a small side room where lunch had been arranged for the committee. She was nearly there when a familiar voice called her name. Turning, she found Augusta Longbottom approaching, her formidable hat quivering with each determined step. "A word, Minerva," Augusta said, her tone making it clear this was not a request. "Of course, Augusta," Minerva replied, leading the older witch into an empty office nearby and closing the door against curious onlookers. "I've been reviewing the files you provided," Augusta said without preamble. "Specifically, those pertaining to my grandson." Minerva nodded, preparing herself for Augusta's legendary temper. "I suspected you would. Is it true that Albus encouraged, no, orchestrated, the more extreme methods my family used to provoke Neville's magic?" Augusta's voice was unnervingly calm, which Minerva knew signaled far greater danger than her usual bluster. "Yes," Minerva confirmed quietly. "Albus believed that Neville's magical potential was being suppressed by trauma from his parents' torture. He theorized that additional stress might break through that suppression, like cracking a shell to reach what's inside." Augusta's face went very still. "So when Algy dropped him from that window, Albus had suggested to Algy that sometimes a moment of genuine peril reveals what's hidden," Minerva quoted from memory. "He didn't explicitly recommend the window incident, but he certainly encouraged the philosophy behind it." Augusta closed her eyes briefly, her formidable composure slipping to reveal genuine anguish. "I allowed it," she whispered. "I stood by while my grandson was terrified into magic, because I trusted Albus's judgment." "As did we all," Minerva replied gently. "The committee isn't seeking to assign blame, Augusta, except where it rightfully belongs, with Albus himself." Augusta's eyes snapped open, fierce determination replacing the momentary vulnerability. "Neville must be told everything. I will not have him hear partial truths or, worse, learn from that Skeeter woman's poison quill." "We had planned to notify him officially tomorrow," Minerva assured her. "But if you prefer to speak with him yourself first." "I do," Augusta said firmly. "He deserves to hear it from his grandmother, however painful the admission may be." She straightened her already impeccable posture. "I will bring him to tomorrow's hearing. He should hear the other testimonies as well, it may help him understand that he wasn't singled out for mistreatment." "A wise approach," Minerva agreed. "The committee will make room in tomorrow's schedule for any questions he may have." Augusta nodded sharply, then hesitated. "This investigation, what do you hope to achieve through it, Minerva? Albus is beyond punishment, and revealing these manipulations can't undo the damage done. It was a question Minerva had asked herself many times over the past months. Truth has value in itself, Augusta, she replied slowly. But beyond that, we hope to provide answers to people who have lived with questions their entire lives. To reunite families where possible. To ensure that such systematic manipulation never happens again, regardless of how noble the manipulator's intentions may seem. And to rewrite Albus Dumbledore's legacy, Augusta observed shrewdly. Not to rewrite it, to complete it, Minerva corrected. He was a great wizard who did tremendous good. He was also capable of terrible misjudgments and moral compromises. Both realities must be acknowledged if we're to learn from his example, both the inspiring and the cautionary parts. Augusta considered this for a moment, then nodded once more. Fair enough. I'll see you tomorrow, Minerva. After Augusta left, Minerva allowed herself a moment of quiet reflection before rejoining the committee. The morning's testimonies had been powerful, but they represented only the beginning of what promised to be a grueling process. The afternoon would bring more witnesses, more painful revelations, and undoubtedly more resistance from those unwilling to accept the tarnishing of Dumbledore's golden image. Yet something had shifted in the courtroom today, a willingness to listen, to consider the possibility that even the greatest of wizards could make profound errors of judgment. It was a start, though only that. With renewed resolve, Minerva straightened her robes and headed for the committee room. There was still much work to be done. The afternoon session proved even more emotionally charged than the morning. The committee heard from a succession of witnesses whose lives had been altered by Dumbledore's interventions, some who had discovered the truth decades ago and lived with it in bitter silence, others who were learning of their manipulated placements for the first time through the investigation. Most poignant was the testimony of Diana Cresswell, now in her 50s, who had been separated from her twin sister at birth because Dumbledore believed their combined magical power would be destabilizing if developed in tandem. The sisters had been reunited only the previous day, after living parallel lives just miles apart, each unaware of the other's existence. We had the same favorite color, Diana said, tears streaming unchecked down her face. The same irrational fear of butterflies. The same habit of humming when we concentrate. 53 years lost because one man decided our connection was too powerful to be allowed. Her testimony left few dry eyes in the courtroom, and even Rita Skeeter seemed subdued as she made her notes. By the time the final witness of the day was excused, the mood in the courtroom had shifted decisively. The initial skepticism had largely given way to somber acceptance as the weight of evidence became impossible to ignore. Even those Wizengamot members who had been most resistant now appeared troubled by the pattern that had emerged. As the session adjourned, Minerva gathered her materials, her mind already turning to the evening's tasks, preparing for tomorrow's witnesses, including Harry, and supporting Hermione through her scheduled meeting with her birth mother. Professor McGonagall. She looked up to find Percy Weasley standing before her, his expression uncharacteristically uncertain. Yes, Mr. Weasley, she replied, keeping her tone neutral despite her wariness. Percy had been among those most vocal in defending Dumbledore's reputation during the initial Wizengamot session. I wanted to. He hesitated, clearly struggling with whatever he'd come to say. That is, I feel I should apologize for my reaction yesterday. After hearing today's testimonies, I recognize that I spoke without fully understanding the situation. Minerva's eyebrows rose slightly. Percy Weasley admitting he might have been wrong was unusual enough to merit attention. Apology accepted, Mr. Weasley. This has been difficult for all of us to process. Percy nodded, adjusting his horn-rimmed glasses. It's just. Dumbledore was always such a figure of authority, of wisdom. To discover that he was capable of such systematic deception. It challenges our entire framework for judging right from wrong, Minerva finished for him. I understand. I served at his side for decades, Percy. I trusted his judgment implicitly. Learning the extent of his manipulations has been profoundly disorienting. Some of the tension left Percy's shoulders at this admission. How do you reconcile it? The Dumbledore we knew, kind, wise, dedicated to fighting darkness, with this other version who treated children as pieces on a chessboard. It was a question Minerva had been asking herself since discovering the first hidden record months ago. I'm still working on that reconciliation, she admitted. But I think perhaps both versions were simultaneously true. His goals were noble, protecting the wizarding world, defeating dark forces, preparing for threats he believed were coming. His methods, however. The ends justifying the means, Percy murmured. Precisely. A philosophy that becomes increasingly dangerous the more power one wields. Minerva regarded the young man thoughtfully. Why this change of heart, Mr. Weasley? Yesterday you were quite adamant in your defense. Percy looked slightly uncomfortable. My mother contacted me this morning. She pointed out rather forcefully, that if someone had taken one of us from her and Arthur, no justification would have made it right. Not even if that someone was Albus Dumbledore himself. Minerva's expression softened. Molly Weasley's fierce maternal protectiveness was legendary, and her perspective on the situation would naturally center on the families torn apart rather than on abstract justifications. Your mother is a wise woman, she said simply. Yes, well, Percy said, his natural stiffness reasserting itself, I wanted you to know that the minister's office supports the committee's work, despite my earlier reservations. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. That support will be valuable in the days ahead. After Percy departed, Minerva gathered her remaining materials and headed for the exit, her mind already turning to her next appointment. Hermione would be meeting her birth mother in less than an hour, and Minerva had promised to be present for support if needed. As she stepped into the atrium, she found it buzzing with activity. Groups of witches and wizards stood in clusters, engaged in animated discussions about the day's revelations. Ministry employees hurried past, many carrying stacks of files or urgent memos. The atmosphere was tense but energized, the sensation of a society collectively processing a profound shift in understanding. Minerva was nearly at the lifts when a familiar figure intercepted her, Dolores Umbridge, her pink cardigan as offensively bright as ever, her simpering smile firmly in place. Minerva, dear, Umbridge said with poisonous sweetness. What a performance you and Amelia put on today. So dramatic, so moving, one might almost believe these fantastical tales of conspiracy and manipulation. Minerva regarded her coldly. These fantastical tales, as you call them, are supported by extensive documentation, including Albus's own writings. If you attended the hearings, you heard the evidence yourself. Oh, I heard many emotional anecdotes, Umbridge replied with a dismissive wave of her pudgy hand. But emotions are not facts, are they? And memories, as we know, can be so easily manipulated. The committee has taken every precaution to verify the testimony presented, Minerva said stiffly. Including pensive review and, where appropriate, verification under veritaserum. Umbridge's smile widened unpleasantly. So thorough. One might almost think you had a personal vendetta against poor Albus. Jealousy, perhaps. He did pass you over for the defense against the dark arts position multiple times, as I recall. The sheer absurdity of the suggestion might have been amusing under different circumstances. As it was, Minerva simply raised an eyebrow. If you have legitimate concerns about the committee's procedures, Dolores, I suggest you raise them through proper channels. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have appointments to keep. She moved to step around Umbridge, but the shorter witch shifted to block her path. This crusade of yours won't end well, Minerva, Umbridge said, dropping the saccharine tone for one of quiet menace. Dumbledore was beloved by many powerful people, people who won't appreciate having their hero posthumously dragged through the mud. The political consequences could be significant. Is that a threat, Dolores? Minerva asked, her voice dangerously soft. Merely an observation, Umbridge replied, the false sweetness returning. I would hate to see you overreach and suffer for it. After all, we've all made decisions we might prefer not be scrutinized too closely, haven't we? Before Minerva could respond, a new voice joined the conversation. Is there a problem here, Professor? Harry Potter stood a few feet away, his expression neutral but his eyes sharp with awareness. The sight of him clearly disconcerted Umbridge, whose smile faltered momentarily before returning with increased artificiality. Mr. Potter. How lovely to see you. I was just expressing my concerns to Minerva about this unfortunate business. Were you? Harry replied mildly. It sounded more like you were threatening her, which would be unfortunate given your current probationary status with the Wizengamot. Umbridge's face flushed an ugly shade of pink. I was doing nothing of the sort. I was simply warning, that is, advising. Professor McGonagall is expected at an important meeting, Harry interrupted, his tone still pleasant but with an undercurrent of steel. Perhaps you could continue this discussion another time. It wasn't a suggestion. Umbridge's mouth pinched in barely suppressed fury, but she nodded stiffly and moved away, her heels clicking aggressively against the marble floor. Thank you, Harry, Minerva said as they continued toward the lifts. Though I was handling the situation. I know you were, Harry replied with a slight smile. But I've wanted to tell Umbridge off for years, and opportunities are increasingly rare now that she's been politically sidelined. Minerva allowed herself a small smile in return. She does bring out one's less charitable impulses. As they entered the lift, Harry's expression grew more serious. She's not entirely wrong, though. There are powerful people who have built their careers on association with Dumbledore. They won't relinquish that capital easily. We anticipated resistance, Minerva acknowledged. Are you hearing specific concerns from the Auror office? Nothing concrete yet, Harry replied as the lift began to descend. But there's been a noticeable increase in communication between certain department heads and members of the Old Guard. Robards had 3 separate meetings with former Wizengamot elders yesterday. Plotting a response, no doubt, Minerva murmured. We'll need to be prepared for more formal opposition soon. The lift stopped at level 9, and they exited into the corridor leading to the Department of Mysteries. Harry checked his watch. Hermione should already be in meeting room 6 with the liaison from magical genealogy. Eleanor Fairchild is scheduled to arrive in about 15 minutes. Minerva nodded, feeling a flutter of anxiety on Hermione's behalf. How was she this morning? During the hearings? Focused, Harry replied. Taking detailed notes, analyzing patterns. Very. Hermione. His expression softened with fondness for his friend. It's her way of processing, I think. Understanding the larger context before confronting her personal situation. They reached meeting room 6, a comfortable space designed for sensitive discussions rather than formal interviews. The walls were painted a calming shade of blue, and the furniture arranged to encourage conversation rather than confrontation. Hermione sat at a small table with a young witch from magical genealogy, reviewing what appeared to be a family tree diagram. She looked up as they entered, her expression a complex mixture of nervousness and determination. Professor, Harry, she greeted them. We were just going over the Fairchild family history. Apparently, I have magical relatives I never knew about, second cousins who attended Hogwarts while we were there. The Fairchilds were a relatively small but respected wizarding family, the genealogist explained. Primarily known for their work in magical research and scholarship rather than politics. Eleanor was something of an exception in her activism during the First Wizarding War. Hermione absorbed this information with the same intensity she had once applied to her studies. Did she ever marry? Do I have half-siblings? No, the genealogist replied gently. She never married. And you were her only child. A soft knock at the door interrupted the conversation. A ministry aide opened it to announce, Ms. Eleanor Fairchild has arrived. Hermione went very still, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Harry moved to stand beside her, a silent offer of support, while Minerva positioned herself slightly back, present but not intrusive. The woman who entered was tall and slender, her silver-streaked brown hair pulled back in a simple knot at the nape of her neck. She wore practical robes of deep blue that suggested a life spent in research rather than society. But it was her eyes that immediately drew attention, warm brown, exactly like Hermione's, now wide with emotion as they settled on her daughter. For a long moment, neither spoke. They simply stared at each other, two women with the same eyes, the same slight furrow between their brows when concentrating, the same hands with long, tapering fingers now fidgeting nervously. "Hermione," Eleanor finally said, her voice slightly husky with suppressed emotion. "I've waited so long to meet you." Hermione stood slowly, her usual eloquence deserting her. You have my eyes," she said, then flushed slightly at the inadequacy of the observation. Eleanor's face softened with a smile that was heartbreakingly familiar. "Actually, you have mine. Though you got your father's hair, it was just as wild as yours when he was young." "You knew him well?" Hermione asked, surprise evident in her voice. "Well enough," Eleanor replied with gentle humor. "We were together for nearly a year. He was a literature professor, brilliant, passionate about ideas. When our paths diverged, I didn't tell him about the pregnancy. It was the height of the war, and I thought it safer for him not to be connected to a witch." Hermione digested this new information, her natural curiosity momentarily overcoming her emotional uncertainty. "Is he still alive? Does he know about me now?" A shadow passed over Eleanor's face. "He died about 15 years ago, a car accident. I did try to find him after the war ended, but by then he had moved to America. I didn't discover what happened to him until recently." "Oh," Hermione said softly. "I'm sorry." "So am I," Eleanor replied. "He would have been proud of you, I think. From what I've managed to learn about your life, you inherited his love of knowledge as well as his principles." The conversation continued hesitantly at first, then with growing ease as they discovered shared interests, similar habits, and parallel life experiences despite their separation. Minerva observed with quiet approval as Hermione gradually relaxed, her initial wariness giving way to genuine engagement. Harry remained nearby, occasionally offering a supportive comment or clarifying detail, but mostly allowing Hermione to navigate the interaction at her own pace. After about an hour, he caught Minerva's eye and nodded toward the door, suggesting they give the two women some privacy. They stepped into the corridor, leaving the door slightly ajar in case Hermione needed them. "It seems to be going well," Harry observed quietly. "Better than I dared hope," Minerva agreed. "Eleanor appears genuinely interested in knowing Hermione, not just in assuaging her own guilt." "Did you interview her beforehand?" Harry asked curiously. "To assess her intentions?" Minerva nodded. "Amelia and I met with her yesterday evening. She was remarkable in her lack of bitterness. Angry at Albus, certainly, but not consumed by it. Her primary concern was ensuring that her reunion with Hermione didn't cause additional pain." "A good sign," Harry murmured. They stood in companionable silence for a few minutes, both lost in their own thoughts. "I've been thinking about the pattern," Harry said suddenly. "The children Dumbledore placed, there's something more to it than individual circumstances. He was building a network." Minerva glanced at him sharply. "What makes you say that?" "The hearing testimonies today," Harry replied, his expression thoughtful. "Each placement seemed to serve multiple purposes: political neutralization of certain family lines, development of specific talents in controlled environments, creation of particular interpersonal dynamics. It's too systematic to be coincidental." "We've had similar thoughts," Minerva acknowledged. "Though we haven't yet determined the full scope of his intentions." "I think," Harry began, but was interrupted by the lift doors opening to reveal Ron Weasley, looking slightly harried. "There you are," Ron said, hurrying toward them. "I've been looking everywhere. Is Hermione still with her birth mother?" "Yes," Harry confirmed. "It's going well, actually." "What's wrong?" Ron ran a hand through his hair, a habit he displayed when agitated. Nothing's wrong, exactly. But there's been a development. We've had 17 people contact the ministry since this morning, claiming they might be among Dumbledore's placements. They're asking for help investigating their backgrounds. Minerva's eyebrows rose. 17. That's significantly more than we anticipated at this stage. And that's just those who formally requested assistance, Ron added. According to Dad, the rumor mill at the ministry suggests there could be dozens more trying to determine if they were affected before coming forward. We'll need to establish a more robust processing system, Minerva murmured, her mind already reorganizing priorities. The committee hasn't finalized protocols for handling cases beyond those we've already documented. Kingsley suggested expanding the committee to include additional staff from Magical Records and St. Mungo's, Ron said. He's calling an emergency meeting at 6 to discuss resources. Harry checked his watch. That's in less than an hour. We should let Hermione know, she'll want to be there. As if summoned by her name, the door to meeting room 6 opened, and Hermione emerged with Eleanor. Both women's eyes were slightly red, but they wore matching expressions of cautious happiness. Harry, Ron, Hermione said, a tremulous smile forming. Eleanor's agreed to come to dinner at our place this weekend. I thought it might be good for the children to meet their grandmother. The simple statement, so ordinary yet so profound in its implications, brought home the reality of what was happening. Families torn apart by Dumbledore's manipulations were beginning to reconnect, to build new relationships from the fragments of what had been lost. Ron stepped forward, extending his hand to Eleanor with characteristic directness. Ron Weasley. I'd say Hermione's told me all about you, but, well, circumstances. Eleanor laughed, a warm sound that echoed her daughter's. Eleanor Fairchild. And I understand completely. I look forward to getting to know the man my daughter chose to build her life with. As they exchanged pleasantries, Minerva marveled at the resilience of human connection, how quickly bridges could form across decades of separation when given the chance. Not all reunions would go this smoothly, of course. Some would be fraught with resentment, others with unrealistic expectations. But each represented an opportunity to restore something that had been wrongfully taken. Hermione, she said gently, interrupting the conversation. There's an emergency meeting at 6 to discuss the committee's next steps. A significant number of additional cases have emerged since this morning's hearing. Hermione straightened, her professional focus returning. Of course. I'll be there. She turned to Eleanor. Would you mind if we continued this tomorrow? I'd like to help establish protocols for handling new cases. Always the problem solver, Eleanor said with evident pride. Go. Do what needs to be done. I've waited 35 years to know you, I can certainly wait another day for our next conversation. As they said their goodbyes, Minerva was struck by the parallels between mother and daughter, not just in appearance, but in their analytical approach to challenges, their underlying compassion, their ability to compartmentalize emotion when necessary. Nature or nurture? Perhaps both, shaped by Dumbledore's manipulation yet transcending it through their own inherent qualities. The emergency meeting revealed the rapidly expanding scope of the investigation. Beyond the 17 people who had formally requested assistance, dozens more had contacted the Daily Prophet, the Quibbler, and even the Wizarding Wireless Network with questions about the process for determining if they might have been affected. We're establishing a dedicated office in Diagon Alley, Kingsley explained to the assembled committee members. A neutral location where people can seek information without the intimidation of coming to the ministry. St. Mungo's has agreed to provide mind healers for on-site support, and Gringotts will offer heredity testing at reduced rates for verified cases. Amelia nodded approvingly. Good. We need to make the process as accessible as possible while maintaining rigorous standards for verification. The last thing we want is to create false hopes, or false concerns. What about Muggle relatives? Hermione asked. Birth parents or siblings who have no knowledge of the magical world. That's where we need your expertise most urgently, Kingsley replied. The international statute of secrecy creates complications, but doesn't supersede basic human rights. We need protocols for disclosure that respect both magical security and family connections. The meeting continued late into the evening, with committee members proposing and refining approaches for the expanded investigation. Minerva found herself impressed by the ministry's response, far more agile and compassionate than she would have expected from an institution typically mired in bureaucracy. By the time the meeting concluded, a comprehensive plan had been developed, additional staff allocated, procedures established for initial screening of new cases, support services organized for both magical and Muggle family members. The investigation that had begun with 69 documented cases now stood poised to address potentially hundreds more. As Minerva prepared to return to Hogwarts for the night, her first visit back to the school since the hearings began, she found herself both exhausted and oddly exhilarated. The day had been grueling, the emotional toll significant, yet there was satisfaction in seeing truth finally emerge and beginning to make amends for long-hidden wrongs. Amelia fell into step beside her as they left the meeting room. A productive day, all things considered, she observed. Indeed, Minerva agreed. Though I suspect we've only begun to understand the full implications of Albus's actions. Harry's network theory is intriguing, Amelia said thoughtfully. The pattern of placements does suggest something more deliberate than isolated interventions. I've been reviewing Albus's private journals from the later years, Minerva replied. There are references to the constellation being complete shortly after Harry defeated Voldemort, and notes about pieces in position for what comes next. Amelia frowned. What comes next? Did he specify? Not clearly. There are cryptic mentions of forces beyond our current understanding and the veil thinning, but nothing concrete. It could be merely the ramblings of an old man contemplating mortality, or he was preparing for some threat we know nothing about, Amelia finished grimly. The possibility hung between them, uncomfortable in its implications. If Dumbledore had indeed been building a network of magically gifted individuals placed in specific circumstances to develop particular abilities or connections, what purpose had he envisioned for them? And was that purpose still relevant, or had it died with him? Something to consider for tomorrow, Minerva said finally. After we hear Harry's testimony. Amelia nodded in agreement. Until tomorrow, then. Harry's testimony the following morning drew the largest audience yet. The courtroom was packed beyond capacity, with people standing along the walls and craning for a view from the doorways. Rita Skeeter had somehow secured a front row seat, her quick quotes quill poised eagerly beside her notebook. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as Harry took the witness chair. Here was not just any victim of Dumbledore's manipulations, but the boy who lived, the chosen one, the wizard who had defeated Voldemort and gone on to become one of the Ministry's most respected Aurors. His words carried weight that extended far beyond his personal experience. Mr. Potter, Amelia began formally, thank you for appearing before the committee today. Could you please state your full name and current position for the record? Harry James Potter, he replied clearly. Senior Auror, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And you are here to testify regarding your placement with the Dursley family following your parents' deaths on October 31, 1981? Yes, Harry confirmed. Though I'd like to note that my testimony represents only my personal experience and understanding. I'm not here to condemn Albus Dumbledore wholesale, but to help establish the pattern of his actions regarding children's placements. The measured response set the tone for what followed. Harry's account was neither vindictive nor sensationalized, but matter-of-fact and thoughtful, all the more powerful for its restraint. What did you understand about the reasons for your placement with the Dursleys during your childhood and adolescence? Amelia asked. Very little, initially, Harry replied. Until I received my Hogwarts letter at age 11, I was told my parents had died in a car crash. The Dursleys actively discouraged questions about my family or background. And after you entered the wizarding world? Pieces of information emerged gradually. By my 5th year at Hogwarts, I understood that I had been placed with the Dursleys primarily because of blood protection, my mother's sacrifice created magical protection that could be maintained through her sister, my Aunt Petunia. Did you ever question this explanation? Harry's expression grew thoughtful. Not at first. Dumbledore's explanations always seemed to make sense when he delivered them. He had a gift for presenting information in a way that felt complete and convincing. It was only later, looking back, that I began to recognize the gaps and inconsistencies. What inconsistencies specifically? Well, the most obvious was that the blood protection, while real, didn't necessarily require me to live in that particular household, or to be treated as I was. Harry's voice remained steady, though a muscle worked in his jaw. I recently learned that my mother had other blood relatives who were aware of magic and would have willingly raised me. The protection could have been anchored to them just as effectively. Murmurs rippled through the courtroom at this revelation. Furthermore, Harry continued, even if the Dursley household was deemed necessary for the blood protection, there was no magical requirement for them to treat me with neglect or occasional cruelty. Dumbledore could have intervened to ensure better treatment, but deliberately chose not to. Do you have evidence of this deliberate choice? Amelia asked. Harry nodded. Several pieces. First, Professor McGonagall's testimony that she objected to my placement there based on her observation of the Dursleys' character and was overruled. Second, Arabella Figg, a squib who lived nearby, was specifically instructed to monitor my situation but not to make my childhood too enjoyable, lest the Dursleys send me away. And finally, Dumbledore's own writings, which I've been shown, indicating that he considered my difficult upbringing instrumental in developing certain character traits he deemed necessary. The courtroom had gone very quiet now, every person present hanging on Harry's words. Even Rita Skeeter was writing without her usual dramatic flourishes, apparently recognizing that this testimony required no embellishment. What traits specifically did Albus Dumbledore seek to develop through your placement? Amelia asked softly. Harry met her gaze steadily. According to his notes, he wanted to ensure I would be humble rather than entitled, grateful for the wizarding world rather than taking it for granted, and willing to sacrifice myself if necessary rather than prioritizing my own survival. The last part is particularly relevant given what we now know about the prophecy and my role in Voldemort's defeat. The implications of this statement, that Dumbledore had deliberately placed a child in an unloving home to shape him into someone willing to die, sent a visible shudder through the audience. To be clear, Harry added, his voice stronger now, I'm not suggesting that Dumbledore wanted me to be abused. I believe he underestimated the extent of the Dursleys' resentment and overestimated their basic decency. But he did deliberately place me in an environment where I would be, at minimum, emotionally neglected, because he believed that neglect would shape me into the person needed to defeat Voldemort. The questioning continued for another hour, covering specific incidents throughout Harry's childhood and adolescence that demonstrated the pattern of Dumbledore's manipulation, information withheld, choices narrowed, circumstances arranged to guide Harry toward particular decisions or relationships. Throughout, Harry maintained his remarkable balance, acknowledging the harm done without denying Dumbledore's ultimate good intentions, recognizing the manipulation without dismissing the genuine care that had sometimes accompanied it. One final question, Mr. Potter, Amelia said as the testimony drew to a close. Having learned the full extent of Albus Dumbledore's influence over your life, how do you reconcile your personal experiences with his reputation as one of the greatest wizards of the modern era? Harry was quiet for a moment, considering his response. When he spoke, his voice was thoughtful rather than bitter. I believe Albus Dumbledore was exactly what we've always thought, a brilliant wizard, a dedicated opponent of dark forces, and a man who genuinely cared about the future of our world. But he was also profoundly flawed in ways that his power and position allowed him to indulge rather than correct. He leaned forward slightly, his green eyes intense. His greatest flaw, I think, was his certainty, his absolute conviction that he understood what needed to be done better than anyone else. That certainty led him to make unilateral decisions affecting countless lives, including mine, without transparency or consent. He came to see people as pieces in a grand strategy rather than as individuals with their own right to determine their paths. Harry straightened in his chair. So I reconcile these aspects by accepting that greatness and goodness aren't always the same thing. Dumbledore was undeniably great, but his goodness was compromised by his methods, even when his goals were noble. Understanding that distinction has been essential to my own healing. When Harry finally stepped down from the witness chair, the courtroom remained silent for several long moments, absorbing the weight of his testimony. Then, gradually, conversation resumed, not the excited buzz of scandal, but the more measured tones of people processing complex, difficult truths. The remainder of the day's hearings continued the pattern established by Harry's testimony, forthright accounts of lives manipulated, of families fractured, of paths diverted by Dumbledore's hidden hand. Neville Longbottom spoke with quiet dignity about the extreme methods used to force his magic to manifest. Luna Lovegood described how her father had been subtly encouraged to expose her to increasingly esoteric magical theories after her mother's death. By the session's end, even the most skeptical observers seemed to accept that the pattern was real and deliberate, not isolated incidents or misunderstandings, but a systematic approach to shaping young lives according to Dumbledore's vision. As Minerva prepared to adjourn the day's proceedings, a ministry aide hurried to her side, passing her a folded note. She read it quickly, her expression growing grave. "Before we conclude," she announced, "I must inform the committee that we have received communication from representatives of several prominent wizarding families requesting a formal review of our investigation's procedures and findings. They have filed a petition with the Wisengamot challenging the committee's authority and questioning the admissibility of evidence derived from Albus Dumbledore's private papers." Murmurs of concern spread through the committee members as Minerva continued. "The Chief Warlock has scheduled a special session tomorrow morning to hear these challenges. The hearings will be suspended until this procedural matter is resolved." As the courtroom emptied, Amelia joined Minerva at the committee table, her expression troubled. "We knew this was coming," she said quietly. "The old guard protecting their interests, and their hero." "Yes," Minerva agreed, "but I didn't expect such a coordinated response this quickly. Someone has been organizing opposition behind the scenes." "Umbridge?" Amelia suggested. "Perhaps as a visible figurehead, but there are more powerful players involved. This petition bears the signatures of 3 former ministers for magic and over a dozen of the wealthiest pureblood families. The implications were clear, the investigation had touched nerves in the highest echelons of wizarding society. Whether from genuine belief in Dumbledore's infallibility or fear of what further revelations might expose about their own complicity, the wizarding elite was mobilizing to contain the damage. "We need to prepare for tomorrow," Amelia said decisively. "The legal challenge will focus on procedural issues, the admissibility of private papers, the reliability of long-delayed testimony, the committee's jurisdiction over cases predating current ministry administration." Minerva nodded in agreement. "I'll ask Hermione to review the relevant precedents. And we should meet with Kingsley to ensure the ministry's official position remains supportive despite the pressure that will surely be applied." They worked late into the evening, preparing their response to the legal challenge. The opposition's strategy became clearer as they reviewed the formal petition, not a frontal assault on the investigation's findings, which would be difficult to refute given the evidence presented, but a more insidious attempt to discredit the process itself. The petition argued that Dumbledore's private papers had been obtained without proper authority, that memories presented in pensieves were inherently unreliable after decades had passed, and that the committee had exceeded its mandate by examining cases dating back to the 1940s. Each argument was technically plausible if one ignored the larger context and the cumulative weight of evidence from multiple sources. "They're hoping to bog us down in procedural debates," Hermione observed as she pored over the petition. "If they can disqualify even some of the evidence on technical grounds, they can create doubt about the overall pattern." "A classic tactic," Amelia agreed. "Attack the process when you can't refute the facts." By midnight, they had developed a comprehensive response to each challenge, supported by legal precedents and procedural safeguards the committee had already implemented. Whether it would be enough remained to be seen. The Wisengamot, for all its formal impartiality, was still influenced by the personal connections and political considerations of its members. As Minerva finally prepared to return to Hogwarts for a few hours' rest, she found Harry waiting in the corridor outside the conference room. "A moment, Professor," he asked quietly. "Of course, Harry," she replied, noting the tension in his posture. "Is something wrong?" "Not wrong, exactly," he said, falling into step beside her as they walked toward the atrium. "But I've been thinking about Dumbledore's broader plan, why he placed specific children in specific environments. I think there's something we're missing." Minerva glanced at him sharply. "What do you mean?" "The testimonies we've heard show clear patterns: children placed to develop particular talents or character traits, family lines redirected for political reasons, potential alliances fostered or prevented through controlled interaction. But there's a larger design we're not seeing yet." They reached the atrium, deserted at this late hour except for the security wizard dozing at his desk. Harry lowered his voice further. "In his testimony today, Elias Fawley mentioned something that's been bothering me. He said the Fawley family advocated for closer cooperation with Muggles, for sharing certain magical knowledge more openly, positions that Dumbledore himself publicly supported later in life." "Yes," Minerva agreed. That apparent contradiction was noted by several committee members. "What if it wasn't a contradiction?" Harry suggested. "What if Dumbledore eliminated certain family lines from positions of influence not because he disagreed with their views, but because he wanted to be the one to introduce those views when the time was right? If he believed a particular approach was necessary for the future, but knew it would face resistance, wouldn't he want to control exactly how and when it was presented?" Minerva considered this thoughtfully. "It's possible. Albus always had a strong sense of timing in political matters. He knew when to push for change and when to wait. And the children he placed," Harry continued, warming to his theory, "weren't just being prepared for the war against Voldemort. Some of these placements continued after Voldemort's defeat, and others began long before Voldemort was a threat. I think he was building a network for something beyond the immediate conflicts, something he expected to emerge in the future." The theory was disturbing yet plausible. Dumbledore had always played a long game, thinking decades ahead while others focused on immediate concerns. If he had foreseen some future challenge, or opportunity, might he not have prepared for it by positioning people with specific abilities or perspectives in key roles? "We should review his later writings more carefully," Minerva said. "Particularly after Voldemort's first defeat, when he might have felt free to focus on longer-term concerns." Harry nodded in agreement. "I can help with that. As an Auror, I've been trained to identify patterns in seemingly unconnected events." "Good. We'll begin tomorrow, after the Wisengamot hearing." Minerva paused, studying Harry's face in the dim light of the atrium. "How are you managing with all this, Harry? It must be difficult to revisit these aspects of your past so publicly." A complicated expression crossed his features, resignation mingled with a certain peace. "It's strange," he admitted. "For years I struggled with my feelings about Dumbledore: admiration, gratitude, anger, betrayal. Learning the full extent of his manipulation should make that struggle harder, but somehow it's clarifying. Understanding the pattern helps me separate the personal from the political, if that makes sense." "It does," Minerva assured him. "Dumbledore's actions toward you were never about you as an individual, but about your role in his larger design. That doesn't make those actions right, but perhaps it makes them easier to contextualize." "Exactly," Harry said, seeming relieved at her understanding. "And meeting my mother's relatives, that's been unexpectedly healing. They've shown me photographs of her as a child, told me stories about her that weren't about magic or Voldemort or prophecies. Just normal, everyday memories of a girl growing up. It's like finding pieces of a puzzle I didn't even know was incomplete." The simple humanity of this observation touched Minerva deeply. For all the political and ethical complexities of the investigation, moments like this reminded her of its fundamental purpose: restoring to people like Harry connections that should never have been severed. "I'm glad for you, Harry," she said softly. "Whatever else comes of this investigation, that alone makes it worthwhile." They parted ways in the ministry lobby, Harry to his home and family, Minerva to her temporary quarters at Hogwarts. As she prepared for the few hours of sleep she might manage before the Wisengamot hearing, Minerva found herself reflecting on the contrast between Dumbledore's grand design and Harry's simple joy in family photographs. Perhaps that was the fundamental flaw in Albus's approach, his willingness to sacrifice the small, essential human connections for abstract, greater goods. His brilliance had allowed him to see the larger patterns, to plan for conflicts years or decades away. But in focusing on that distant horizon, he had too often overlooked the immediate human cost of his manipulations. With that sobering thought, Minerva finally surrendered to exhaustion, sleeping fitfully until dawn called her back to the next phase of their challenging work. The Wisengamot chamber was filled to capacity when Minerva arrived the next morning. The public galleries overflowed with spectators, while the main floor buzzed with activity as members of various factions huddled in last-minute conferences. The atmosphere crackled with tension. This was no longer merely an investigation, but a political battle for the soul of Wizarding Britain's historical narrative. Amelia was already present, engaged in quiet conversation with Kingsley near the central podium. Her expression was composed, but Minerva could detect the tightness around her eyes that signaled concern. "How bad is it?" Minerva asked quietly as she joined them. "Worse than we anticipated," Kingsley replied, keeping his voice low. "The opposition has been working through the night, calling in favors, making promises, or threats, to secure votes. They've expanded their petition to include a motion to dissolve the committee entirely and place all evidence under ministry seal for 50 years. 50 years? Minerva repeated incredulously. By which time most of the affected individuals would be dead or extremely elderly. Precisely their intention, Amelia said grimly. They're positioning this as protecting the dignity of the deceased and preventing unnecessary societal disruption. The subtext being that Dumbledore's reputation matters more than the truth, and stability matters more than justice. Minerva's lips thinned with anger. And their chances of success? Kingsley's expression was carefully neutral. As minister, I shouldn't speculate on Wisengamot decisions. But unofficially, it's too close to call. The testimony we've heard has been compelling, but many members have personal or political connections to Dumbledore that run deep. Further discussion was cut short as Tiberius Ogden entered the chamber, signaling the start of the session. As chief warlock, he would preside over the hearing but not participate in the vote unless a tie occurred. This special session of the Wisengamot is now in session, Ogden announced, his magically amplified voice cutting through the chamber's buzz. We are convened to consider the petition submitted by Lord Augustus Rowell and co-signed by 26 members regarding the Special Committee on Child Placement Investigations. He gestured toward an elderly wizard in immaculate dark robes who rose from his seat in the front row of the Wisengamot benches. Lord Rowell, you may present your petition. Augustus Rowell moved to the central floor with the careful precision of advanced age, though his voice when he spoke betrayed no frailty. Esteemed colleagues, I come before you today with grave concerns about the procedures and scope of the recently established special committee. He paused, surveying the chamber with the confidence of a man accustomed to commanding attention. Let me be clear from the outset, this petition does not seek to deny that Albus Dumbledore, like all great men, had flaws and made mistakes. Rather, we question the committee's approach to investigating those actions and the potential consequences of their methods. Rowell proceeded to outline the petition's arguments with formidable precision, challenging the committee's legal authority to access Dumbledore's private papers, questioning the reliability of decades-old memories, and raising concerns about the impact of public hearings on both individuals and institutions. The wizarding world is still healing from the wounds of war, he concluded gravely. To subject our society to a prolonged examination of a hero's alleged failures, based on evidence of questionable provenance and reliability, serves no constructive purpose. We therefore petition the Wisengamot to dissolve the special committee and place all related evidence under seal for a period of 50 years, allowing for proper historical perspective to develop before revisiting these sensitive matters. As Rowell returned to his seat, Minerva noted the approving nods from many of the older Wisengamot members. His argument had been skillfully crafted to appeal to their natural conservatism and desire for stability. Madam Bones, as chair of the special committee, you may respond to the petition, Ogden announced. Amelia rose with quiet dignity, her monocle catching the light as she surveyed the chamber. Members of the Wisingamat, Lord Raoul presents an argument that, while eloquent, fundamentally misunderstands the purpose and methods of our investigation. She moved to the center of the floor, her voice clear and measured. This committee was not established to tarnish a hero's legacy or to destabilize our society. It was created to bring truth to those whose lives were altered by decisions made without their knowledge or consent. To suggest that their right to understand their own histories should be subordinated to preserving a comfortable narrative about Albus Dumbledore is to perpetuate the very paternalism that allowed these manipulations to occur in the first place. Addressing the specific legal challenges, Amelia methodically dismantled the petition's arguments. She cited precedents establishing the committee's authority, detailed the verification procedures used to corroborate memories and testimony, and emphasized the careful balance they had struck between public disclosure and privacy considerations. As for the suggestion that these matters should be sealed for 50 years, she continued, her voice taking on an edge of controlled passion, I would remind the Wisingamat that we are not discussing abstract historical events. We are addressing living people, parents separated from children, individuals denied knowledge of their true heritage, families fractured by interventions they never consented to. These people have already waited decades for answers. To ask them to wait another half-century is not caution, it is cruelty. The chamber had grown very still, every face turned toward Amelia as she delivered her final point. Albus Dumbledore himself once said that we must choose between what is easy and what is right. Sealing these records would certainly be easier than confronting the complex truth they reveal. But it would not be right, not for the affected individuals, not for our society, and not, I believe, for the true legacy of Albus Dumbledore, which surely rests on more than carefully maintained illusions. As Amelia resumed her seat, Minerva could sense the shift in the chamber's atmosphere, a collective reconsideration as members weighed Raoul's appeals to stability against Amelia's invocation of justice and truth. Ogden called for additional comments from Wisingamat members, and for the next 2 hours, the chamber heard arguments from both sides. Those supporting the petition emphasized procedural concerns and the potential for societal division, while those opposing it focused on the rights of affected individuals and the importance of institutional accountability. Augusta Longbottom's contribution proved particularly powerful. Rising slowly from her seat, the formidable matriarch fixed the chamber with a stern gaze. I have served in this body for over 60 years, she began, and in that time, I have seen many attempts to shield powerful figures from scrutiny in the name of the greater good. Today's petition, however well-intentioned, represents such an attempt. She drew herself up to her full height, her voice strengthening. My grandson, Neville Longbottom, was subjected to dangerous magical experiments at the suggestion of Albus Dumbledore, who believed that trauma might unlock his magical potential. As his guardian, I allowed these experiments, trusting in Albus's judgment. That trust was misplaced, as I now painfully recognize. The chamber was utterly silent as she continued. If we truly wish to honor Albus Dumbledore's legacy, we must have the courage to examine it completely, not just the parts that comfort us, but those that challenge us as well. To do less is to suggest that our society cannot bear the weight of complex truths, which is a far graver insult to his memory than any revelation this committee might produce. When the time came for the vote, tension in the chamber was palpable. The division would be close, that much was clear from the debates. What remained uncertain was whether enough members had been swayed by the testimony they had heard over the past days to overcome their initial reservations. Those in favor of the petition to dissolve the special committee and seal its evidence, please signify, Ogden instructed. Wands raised throughout the chamber, glowing with a soft blue light. Minerva counted swiftly, 42 in favor. Those opposed to the petition, please signify. Another forest of wands, these glowing gold. Minerva continued her count, 45, 46, 47. The final count is 42 in favor, 49 opposed, Ogden announced. The petition is rejected. The Special Committee on Child Placement Investigations will continue its work according to its established mandate. A collective exhale seemed to pass through the chamber, relief from some, resignation from others. The investigation would proceed, though the narrow margin of the vote made clear that support remained tenuous. Any missteps could easily shift the balance in the opposition's favor. As the session adjourned, Minerva exchanged a measured look of satisfaction with Amelia. They had won this round, but the political battle was far from over. The opposition would regroup, seeking other avenues to contain the investigation's impact. Outside the chamber, they found Harry waiting, his expression tense until he saw their faces. "Good news?" he asked. "The petition was rejected," Amelia confirmed quietly. "By a margin of 7 votes. Closer than I'd like," Harry observed, falling into step beside them as they moved away from the dispersing crowd. "But enough to continue." "For now," Minerva agreed. "We should expect further challenges, though perhaps less frontal in nature." They made their way to a small side chamber where Hermione and several other committee members waited for news. The relief in the room was palpable when Amelia announced the result, though everyone present understood the precariousness of their position. "We need to accelerate our work," Minerva said decisively. "The opposition will use any delay to build their case for intervention. Our priority should be completing as many notifications as possible, establishing a clear record of affected individuals, before any further political obstacles can be erected." "I've been thinking about that," Hermione said, spreading out several parchments on the table. "We've developed a more efficient protocol for verifying new cases and contacting affected families. With additional staff from Magical Records, we could process up to 20 cases per day." Her efficiency was impressive, especially considering the emotional weight she carried from her own recent discoveries. Minerva noted with approval that Hermione had channeled her personal experience into creating systems that would help others navigate similar revelations with greater support than she had received. As the committee settled into planning their accelerated schedule, Minerva drew Harry aside. "Were you able to review any of Albus's later writings regarding his long-term plans?" she asked quietly. "Some," Harry replied. "I focused on the period between Voldemort's first defeat and my arrival at Hogwarts. There are definitely patterns worth investigating further." "Such as?" Harry glanced around to ensure their privacy before continuing. He was increasingly concerned with magical decline, not just population numbers, though that worried him, but the gradual loss of certain types of magic. Old family magics, elemental affinities, rare talents like Parseltongue or natural legilimency. Minerva frowned thoughtfully. That aligns with some of his later research interests. He spent considerable time studying ancient magical sites during school holidays, places where magic manifested differently than in the modern world. "Exactly," Harry said, warming to the topic. "And look at the children he placed, many were positioned to develop or rediscover specific magical talents that were becoming rare. The Hartwick girl who testified yesterday was from a family known for elemental magic, but was placed with parents who emphasized traditional wand work. The Cooper boy was from a lineage with natural healing abilities but was raised by a family that valued combat magic. Ensuring diversity of magical approaches," Minerva murmured. "But to what end?" "I think he believed something was coming," Harry said, lowering his voice further. "Something that would require the full spectrum of magical abilities to address." In one journal entry from 1989, he wrote about preparing the magical community for challenges beyond our current understanding, challenges that will require us to remember what we have forgotten. The implication was unsettling. Had Dumbledore foreseen some threat that justified, in his mind, the manipulation of dozens of children's lives? And if so, what was the nature of that threat? More importantly, was it still coming, or had it been averted through Voldemort's final defeat? These questions would have to wait, however. The committee's immediate priority was continuing the hearings and notifications, ensuring that those affected by Dumbledore's manipulations received the truth and support they deserved. The larger pattern, while concerning, was secondary to the human impact that stood at the heart of their investigation. We should rejoin the others, Minerva said after a thoughtful pause. The hearings resume in an hour, and we still need to finalize today's witness schedule. Harry nodded in agreement, though his expression suggested he remained troubled by the implications of Dumbledore's writings. As they returned to the committee table, Minerva found herself similarly unsettled. The investigation had begun as an effort to bring truth and healing to those affected by Dumbledore's placements. But if Harry's theory was correct, they might be uncovering something far larger, a grand design whose purpose remained obscure even as its mechanisms were exposed. The hearings over the next 3 days proceeded with increased urgency, the committee acutely aware of the political precariousness of their position. Each day brought new witnesses, new revelations, and new insights into the pattern of Dumbledore's manipulations. Most powerful were the reunions that began to occur as affected individuals connected with their birth families or discovered relatives they had never known existed. Diana Cresswell and her twin sister appeared together before the committee, holding hands as they described the strange sensation of finding oneself reflected in another person after 50 years of separation. "It's like finding a missing piece you didn't know was lost," Diana explained, her sister nodding in tearful agreement. "We finish each other's sentences. We have the same dreams sometimes. How does one quantify what was taken from us by being kept apart all these years?" The human dimension of these stories proved difficult for even the most skeptical observers to dismiss. Technical arguments about procedural propriety or historical context paled against the reality of families rebuilding connections that should never have been severed. Equally compelling were the patterns that emerged as more cases were examined. Dumbledore's manipulations had not been random or purely circumstantial, they followed discernible strategies aligned with his evolving priorities over the decades. In the 1940s and 50s, his placements had focused primarily on political realignment, neutralizing family lines whose philosophies conflicted with his vision for the wizarding world's future. During the First Wizarding War, he had prioritized placing magically powerful children in environments that would develop their combat abilities. After Voldemort's first defeat, his attention had shifted toward preserving rare magical talents and creating connections between individuals with complementary abilities. The committee's final report was taking shape as a comprehensive analysis of these patterns, documenting not only the individual cases but the larger design they collectively revealed. Whether that design had been justified by some threat only Dumbledore foresaw remained an open question, one that troubled Minerva more with each passing day. On the investigation's 7th day, as they prepared for the afternoon session, an unexpected visitor arrived at the committee's offices, Aberforth Dumbledore, Albus's younger brother. Despite his advanced age, he moved with the determined energy that had always characterized him, his blue eyes sharp beneath bushy eyebrows. "Need a word," he announced gruffly to Minerva, ignoring the startled reactions of the committee staff. She led him to her temporary office, closing the door against curious onlookers. "This is unexpected, Aberforth. I wasn't aware you were following the hearings." "Hard to avoid hearing about them," he replied, settling his lanky frame into a chair with a grunt. "Every bloody newspaper and wireless program is talking about my brother's systematic manipulation of children. As if that's news to anyone who really knew him." There was the familiar bitterness in his tone, though tempered now by age and perhaps a certain vindicating satisfaction at seeing Albus's flaws finally acknowledged publicly. "You don't seem surprised by our findings," Minerva observed, taking the seat across from him. "Surprised? By Albus thinking he knew better than everyone else what should be done with other people's children?" Aberforth gave a harsh bark of laughter. "Have you forgotten our family history, Minerva? My sister Ariana was the first child whose life he sacrificed to his greater good. The others just came later." The blunt assessment was painful to hear, yet Minerva couldn't entirely refute it. "Why have you come, Aberforth? I can't imagine you're here to defend your brother's reputation." "No," he agreed, his expression growing more serious. "I'm here because you're all missing something important. You've uncovered what Albus did, but you're still guessing at why he did it." Minerva leaned forward slightly. "We've identified patterns in his placements that suggest specific strategic goals, political realignment, development of combat abilities during the war years, preservation of rare magical talents. Surface reasons, Aberforth dismissed with a wave of his gnarled hand. Justifications he would have given if anyone had caught on and questioned him. But the deeper motivation, that's what you're missing. And you know what it was? Minerva asked carefully, aware of the complex relationship between the Dumbledore brothers that had never fully healed even after Albus's death. Aberforth was quiet for a moment, his weathered face thoughtful. Albus was haunted by prophecy, he finally said. Not just the one about Potter and Voldemort. Older prophecies, ancient warnings about cycles of magic. What prophecies? Minerva asked, a chill running down her spine. I never heard him mention any beyond the one concerning Harry. You wouldn't have, Aberforth replied. He guarded that knowledge carefully. But in his last years, when he knew he was dying, he became more talkative. Visited me more often. Drank more than was wise. And spoke of things he'd kept hidden for decades. Aberforth leaned forward, his blue eyes, so like his brother's yet so different in their directness, fixed intently on Minerva. He believed magic was fading from the world. Not suddenly, but gradually, century by century. Certain types of magic that were common in ancient times had become rare or disappeared entirely. Others were weakening. He saw it as a cycle, magic waxing and waning over millennia, and believed we were approaching the lowest ebb. That aligns with his research interests, Minerva acknowledged. He spent years studying ancient magical sites, comparing historical accounts of magical capabilities with modern practices. Research wasn't enough for Albus, Aberforth said grimly. Never was. He needed to act, to shape, to control. So he began placing children, creating what he called a constellation of potential. Each child positioned to develop specific magical affinities or talents that were becoming rare, each connected to others in patterns he believed would strengthen magic collectively. The theory resonated with the patterns they had uncovered, yet added a dimension that was both clarifying and disturbing. He was trying to preserve magic itself. Minerva asked. Or revitalize it, Aberforth confirmed. He believed that certain combinations of magical talent, developed in specific ways and brought together at critical moments, could reverse the waning cycle. A magical renaissance, he called it in his more grandiose moments. And he considered this goal important enough to justify manipulating children's lives, separating families. The question held both genuine inquiry and personal anguish, Minerva struggling to reconcile the Albus she had known with this revelation. Aberforth's expression softened slightly, perhaps recognizing her internal conflict. Albus never saw individuals clearly, Minerva. He saw patterns, possibilities, grand designs. The human cost of his visions was always abstract to him. Theoretical rather than real. The assessment was harsh but not unfair. Albus had indeed possessed a peculiar blindness when it came to the emotional impact of his decisions, a blindness Minerva had noticed but too often excused as the necessary perspective of a leader facing difficult choices. Did he believe he succeeded, she asked after a moment. This constellation of potential, was it completed before his death? He seemed to think so, Aberforth replied. In our last conversation, he spoke of the work being done, the pieces in place. Said something about the tide beginning to turn within a generation. The implications were staggering. If Aberforth was correct, if Albus had indeed been responding to some genuine magical decline and had positioned people specifically to address it, then the investigation had uncovered not just a pattern of manipulation, but a deliberate reshaping of Wizarding Society's magical future. Why tell me this now, Aberforth? Why not come forward earlier? He shrugged, a gesture that encompassed decades of complicated feelings toward his brother. Wasn't sure anyone would believe me over Albus, even with him dead. And frankly, I wasn't certain myself how much was genuine concern and how much was his usual arrogance, thinking he alone could save magic itself. He fixed Minerva with a penetrating stare. But your investigation has confirmed the pattern. And people should know the full truth, not just what he did, but why he believed it necessary. After Aberforth left, Minerva sat in silence for a long time, processing the implications of his revelation. If true, it cast Dumbledore's manipulations in yet another light, still morally questionable, but motivated by a concern that transcended individual lives or even the immediate threats of Grindelwald and Voldemort. The question remained whether that motivation justified his methods. And beyond that, whether his grand design had actually been necessary. Was magic truly fading from the world, or had Albus convinced himself of a crisis that required his intervention? These were questions the committee would need to address in its final report. For now, however, the immediate work of notification and support continued, with dozens of affected individuals still waiting to learn the truth about their origins and placements. As the second week of hearings began, the wizarding public's response to the investigation crystallized into distinct factions. The Daily Prophet's front page reflected this division with dueling headlines: Dumbledore's children, heroic visionary or manipulative controller. The article beneath presented both perspectives, though Rita Skeeter's influence ensured the more scandalous interpretation received greater emphasis. The Quibbler, under Luna Lovegood's editorial direction, took a more nuanced approach, featuring in-depth interviews with affected individuals that highlighted the personal impact of Dumbledore's interventions without sensationalism. Most poignant was Luna's own account of discovering that her father had been subtly guided toward exposing her to increasingly esoteric magical theories after her mother's death. "I don't resent the knowledge I gained," Luna wrote with characteristic directness. "But I do wonder who I might have become if allowed to find my own path to understanding magic. That wondering is perhaps the greatest loss, the knowledge of other possibilities, other selves, that were foreclosed by decisions made without our awareness." Public opinion events began to emerge, with gatherings in Diagon Alley both supporting and criticizing the investigation. The committee maintained its focus on the work at hand, however, understanding that the political and social ramifications would continue to evolve regardless of their immediate actions. By the investigation's 10th day, they had officially notified 53 of the 69 initially documented cases, plus an additional 37 individuals who had come forward following the public revelations. The human stories behind these numbers varied widely. Some reunions were joyous, others tense or even hostile. Some birth families welcomed the opportunity to reconnect, while others found the disruption of long-established relationships painful and unwelcome. Through it all, Minerva maintained a steady presence, her natural reserve softened by genuine compassion for those confronting painful truths. She was present when Harry finally met Margaret and Richard Evans formally, witnessing the bittersweet joy as they shared albums of Lily's childhood with the nephew they had been told was being raised by his father's family. "She was always finding strays," Margaret recalled, showing Harry a photograph of a 10-year-old Lily cradling a wounded bird. "Animals, other children who were being bullied, she couldn't bear to see anything hurting if she could help it." Harry traced the image with a gentle finger, his expression one of wonder mingled with old grief. "That's how everyone describes her," he said softly. "Kind. Fiercely protective. She would have been so proud of you," Richard said, his voice rough with emotion. "Not because of all that boy who lived business, but because of the man you've become despite everything." Such moments reinforced for Minerva the fundamental purpose of their work, restoring connections that should never have been severed, providing answers to questions that had lingered unanswered for too long. Whatever Dumbledore's larger design might have been, these human reunifications represented a healing that transcended strategic considerations. On the 12th day of the investigation, as Minerva prepared for the afternoon's hearings, an unusual notification arrived from the Ministry's Department of Mysteries. The parchment bore the department's distinctive seal, a closed door surrounded by 12 stars, and requested her immediate presence regarding a matter connected to the investigation. Intrigued and slightly wary, Minerva made her way to Level 9, where the Department of Mysteries maintained its enigmatic operations. She was met in the black-tiled corridor by an unspeakable whose features were partially obscured by their hooded robes, as was customary for those who worked in the department's more sensitive divisions. "Thank you for coming so promptly, Headmistress," the unspeakable said, their voice magically modified to prevent identification. We've discovered something in our archives that may be relevant to your investigation of Albus Dumbledore's child placements. They led Minerva through the plain black door and into the circular room beyond, where identical doors lined the walls. Without hesitation, the unspeakable moved to a door directly opposite their entrance and placed their palm against it, murmuring words too low for Minerva to catch. The door swung open to reveal not another chamber but what appeared to be a small library, walls lined with ancient texts, illuminated by soft golden light that seemed to have no specific source. At the center stood a reading table where several volumes lay open, their pages covered in scripts so old that Minerva recognized only fragments. "What is this place?" she asked, her academic interest piqued despite the gravity of her current work. "The Hall of Prophecy maintains more than just the glass orbs that record specific predictions," the unspeakable explained. "We also preserve contextual materials, historical accounts, interpretive texts, records of prophecies fulfilled or averted. This section contains our oldest materials, dating back to the founding of the ministry and before." They gestured toward the open books on the table. "Recently, in light of your investigation, we reviewed Albus Dumbledore's access records for this section. During the last 30 years of his life, he visited these particular texts more than 24 times, an unusual pattern that suggests specific interest." Minerva approached the table, examining the ancient pages with careful respect. "What do they contain?" "Accounts of what the ancients called the diminishing, a cyclical waning of magical power that supposedly occurs over millennia." The unspeakable pointed to a particular passage. "This text, dating from approximately the 3rd century, describes previous cycles and their impact on magical communities." Minerva leaned closer, translating the faded text with some difficulty. "As waters recede with the tide, so too does magic withdraw from our world in measured rhythm. Those born in the ebb possess but fragments of what their ancestors commanded, until the nadir is reached and the tide begins its slow return." The unspeakable nodded. Dumbledore appeared particularly interested in the sections describing interventions that supposedly accelerated magic's return in previous cycles. Specifically, this passage, they turned several pages, indicating another section, regarding the constellation of 7. Minerva read aloud again, 7 talents, 7 bloodlines, 7 bonds. When aligned under the proper celestial influence, they form a constellation that calls the magic home like beacons guiding ships to shore. But the alignment must be precise, the talents developed with purpose, the bloodlines preserved in their truest expression, and the bonds formed through genuine connection rather than coercion. A chill ran down her spine as the pieces connected, Aberforth's account of his brother's fixation on magical decline, Harry's observations about the pattern of placements preserving rare talents, and now this ancient text describing a specific configuration of magical abilities that could supposedly reverse the waning cycle. "He was following a template," she murmured, more to herself than to the unspeakable. "Positioning children according to this ancient intervention strategy." "So it would appear," the unspeakable agreed. "We've compared the pattern of placements your committee has documented with the criteria described in these texts. The correlation is remarkable." "Did he succeed?" Minerva asked, looking up from the ancient pages. "That is, does your department have any evidence that magic is indeed waning, or that Dumbledore's interventions have affected that process?" The unspeakable was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing how much to reveal. "Our measurements of ambient magical energy at ancient sites show a slight but statistically significant increase over the past decade," they finally said. "Whether this represents a natural fluctuation or the beginning of a reversal is impossible to determine at this stage." The implications were staggering. If Dumbledore had indeed been responding to a genuine magical decline, and if his interventions, morally questionable as they were, had begun to reverse that process. "This complicates your investigation considerably," the unspeakable observed, breaking into Minerva's thoughts. "The question is no longer simply about individual rights versus greater good, but about the preservation of magic itself." "The means still matter," Minerva replied firmly. "Even if Albus's goal was as profound as preserving magic for future generations, his methods involved deception and manipulation of those who should have had agency in their own lives. A philosophical question beyond the department's purview, the unspeakable acknowledged. We merely provide information, how it is interpreted and applied remains with those like yourself who operate in the public sphere. As Minerva left the Department of Mysteries, her mind was awhirl with the implications of what she had learned. The investigation had begun as an effort to bring truth and healing to those affected by Dumbledore's manipulations. Now it potentially touched on the very future of magic itself. How should this new dimension be addressed in the committee's work? Should they publicly acknowledge Dumbledore's apparent motivation, potentially lending credence to his methods by associating them with such a profound purpose? Or should they focus solely on the human impact, leaving the larger context for future historical analysis? These questions accompanied Minerva as she returned to the committee offices, where Amelia was waiting with an update on the day's notifications. We've completed 68 of the original cases, Amelia reported. Only Harry Potter's maternal relatives remain, and that reunion has already happened informally. Of the additional cases that have emerged since the hearings began, 43 have been verified and notified, with 21 still in process. Good progress, Minerva acknowledged, though her mind was still grappling with the revelations from the Department of Mysteries. Amelia studied her face with perceptive concern. Something's happened. What is it? Minerva hesitated, then shared what she had learned about Dumbledore's apparent motivation, the ancient texts regarding magical decline, the constellation of 7 intervention strategy, and the correlation with the pattern of child placements they had uncovered. Amelia listened with growing concern. This adds another layer of complexity to an already complicated situation, she observed when Minerva finished. If made public, this information could be interpreted as justification for his actions. Precisely my concern, Minerva agreed. Though concealing it seems equally problematic, it represents a significant part of the context for understanding his decisions. Perhaps we should consult with the full committee, Amelia suggested. This affects the entire investigation, not just our individual perspectives. The committee's reaction to the new information was mixed. Some members argued that full disclosure was essential regardless of how the public might interpret Dumbledore's motivations. Others worried that introducing the concept of magical decline would distract from the human impact of his actions and potentially provide ammunition to those who wished to dismiss the investigation as unnecessary. After extensive debate, a compromise position emerged. The final report would acknowledge Dumbledore's apparent concern with preserving magical diversity and strength, supported by his research interests and writing, but would not present the more speculative elements regarding cyclical decline unless further evidence emerged to substantiate them. The focus remains on what he did and the impact on those affected, Minerva summarized, while acknowledging the broader context of his motivations as we currently understand them. This approach satisfied most committee members, though Minerva privately wondered whether it truly captured the full dimensions of Dumbledore's actions. If he had indeed been responding to a genuine threat to magic itself, was the committee doing his legacy a disservice by emphasizing the means over the ends? Yet if the ends themselves were based on misinterpretation of ancient texts or personal hubris rather than genuine necessity, then focus on the means was entirely appropriate. These philosophical questions continued to trouble Minerva as the investigation entered its final phase. The hearings were drawing to a close, with most affected individuals now notified and support services established for ongoing assistance. The committee's final report was taking shape, documenting not only individual cases but the patterns they collectively revealed. On the 15th day, as Minerva reviewed draft sections of the report in her temporary office, Harry appeared in her doorway, his expression thoughtful. "May I speak with you, Professor?" he asked. "Of course, Harry," she replied, setting aside the parchments. "What's on your mind?" He entered, closing the door behind him before taking the seat across from her desk. "I've been thinking about what you shared from the Department of Mysteries, about Dumbledore's concern with magical decline and this constellation of 7 intervention." "Yes?" Minerva prompted when he paused. "I think I've identified the 7 key placements he made," Harry said, spreading out a parchment on her desk. 7 individuals positioned to develop specific magical talents that are becoming increasingly rare. Minerva leaned forward, examining the diagram he had created. It showed connections between 7 individuals, each associated with a particular magical affinity: elemental manipulation, beast speaking, natural healing, psychic sensitivity, wandless magic, alchemy, and what Harry had labeled barrier dissolution, the rare ability to interact with magical boundaries and veils. These 7 individuals were all placed between 1975 and 1985, Harry explained, and all in environments specifically calculated to develop their innate talents while creating certain character traits. And all 7 are now in positions of influence or specialized work that utilizes those talents. Minerva studied the diagram with growing unease. And you believe these placements constitute Dumbledore's attempt to implement the constellation of 7 described in the ancient texts? I do, Harry confirmed. What's more, I believe he succeeded in creating the configuration he intended. These 7 individuals have all developed exceptional abilities in their respective areas, and all have formed connections with each other, professional collaborations, friendships, even marriages, exactly as the ancient intervention strategy prescribed. The implications were both fascinating and disturbing. If Harry was correct, Dumbledore had not only manipulated these individuals' childhoods but had effectively determined the course of their adult lives as well, their careers, their relationships, their very identities shaped according to his design. Have you shared this theory with anyone else? Minerva asked. Harry shook his head. Not yet. I wanted your perspective first. This goes beyond the scope of the committee's immediate work, but it seems important for understanding the full extent of what Dumbledore was attempting. Minerva considered the situation carefully. The committee's mandate was to investigate and document Dumbledore's manipulation of children's placements, not to speculate on metaphysical questions regarding magical decline or ancient intervention strategies. Yet this pattern, if substantiated, represented a significant dimension of his actions. I believe this should be included in an appendix to the final report, she decided. Clearly marked as analytical rather than evidentiary, but available for those who wish to understand the larger context of Dumbledore's actions. Harry nodded in agreement. That seems appropriate. It doesn't change the fundamental findings about what he did, but it does provide insight into why he might have believed it necessary. As Harry gathered his materials to leave, he paused at the door. Professor? Do you think he was right? About magic declining, I mean. It was a question Minerva had been asking herself since learning of Dumbledore's apparent motivation. I don't know, she admitted. There are certainly magical abilities that were once common and are now rare or lost. Whether that represents a cyclical decline or simply the natural evolution of magical practice is difficult to determine. And if he was right? Harry pressed gently. If magic truly was waning, and his interventions have begun to reverse that process? Does that change how we should judge his actions? Minerva was quiet for a moment, considering the philosophical complexity of the question. I believe, she finally said, that even the most noble end does not justify any and all means. Albus could have sought consent, could have explained his concerns to the families involved, could have found ways to achieve his goals without deception and manipulation. That he chose not to do so reflects a fundamental flaw in his approach to power and responsibility. Harry nodded slowly. That's what I keep coming back to as well. It wasn't just what he did, but how he did it, the absolute certainty that he alone understood what was necessary, the unwillingness to trust others with the truth or to consider alternatives that might have respected individual agency. Precisely, Minerva agreed. And that, I think, is the most important lesson to emerge from this investigation, not that Albus Dumbledore was wrong in his concerns or goals, but that his methods represented a failure of moral imagination. He could not envision achieving his ends through means that honored others' autonomy and dignity. After Harry left, Minerva returned to her review of the draft report, now seeing it in yet another light. The investigation had begun as an effort to bring truth and healing to those affected by Dumbledore's manipulations. It had evolved into an examination of the ethical boundaries of leadership and the dangers of unilateral decision-making, even when motivated by genuine concern for the greater good. The final report would reflect this evolution, documenting not only what Dumbledore had done and its impact on those affected, but also the broader questions his actions raised about power, responsibility, and the moral limits of intervention in others' lives, even when guided by noble intentions. As the investigation drew to its formal close, Minerva found herself reflecting on the journey of the past weeks. They had begun with a dawn arrival at the Ministry, a list of names, and a determination to bring long-hidden truths to light. They concluded with a more nuanced understanding of both Dumbledore's actions and the complex ethical questions they raised, questions that would continue to resonate in wizarding society long after the formal hearings ended. The children of Dumbledore's designs had been given truth, support, and the opportunity to reclaim agency in their own stories. Some had embraced this opportunity with gratitude, others with anger or ambivalence. All, however, now possessed what had long been denied them, the knowledge of their origins and the freedom to determine their own responses to that knowledge. And perhaps, Minerva reflected, that was the most fitting resolution to Dumbledore's manipulation, not judgment or vindication, but the restoration of choice to those from whom it had been taken. Whatever his intentions, whatever greater design he had envisioned, the individuals affected by his actions were now free to write their own conclusions to the stories he had begun. In that freedom lay both justice and healing, imperfect, messy, but authentically their own. Chapter 3, The Reconciliation. The night before the committee's final report was due to be presented, Minerva McGonagall stood alone in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Moonlight spilled through the high windows, casting long shadows across the circular room where she had spent so many hours over the past months, piecing together the fragments of Albus Dumbledore's hidden designs. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses slumbered in their frames, all except one. Dumbledore's portrait remained conspicuously alert, his painted eyes following her as she moved about the room. "You've been uncharacteristically quiet these past weeks, Albus," Minerva observed, finally acknowledging the painted figure she had been deliberately avoiding. The portrait smiled slightly. "I thought it best to allow you space to conduct your investigation without interference." "Is that what you call it?" Minerva asked, a hint of bitterness creeping into her voice. "Interference? What would you call it, Minerva?" She turned to face the portrait directly. "I would call it an opportunity to explain yourself, to provide context for actions that have caused immeasurable pain to dozens of people. Your silence has only reinforced the impression that you considered yourself above accountability." The painted Dumbledore sighed, the sound eerily similar to how the living man had expressed regret. "My portrait contains only an impression of who I was, Minerva, memories and personality traits, but not the full context of my decisions. I can tell you what the living Albus might have said, but I cannot provide the genuine reflection that might have made a difference." "Try anyway," Minerva said sharply. "Because tomorrow I must stand before the Wisingamat and present a report documenting 5 decades of manipulation, deception, and what can only be described as emotional violence committed by a man I admired and served. I have pieced together your motives from fragments, Albus, journals, ancient texts, others' recollections. But I still cannot fully reconcile the man I knew with these actions." The portrait was silent for a long moment, painted fingers steepled beneath his chin in that familiar gesture of contemplation. "I believed magic was dying," he finally said, his voice soft but clear in the quiet room. "Not suddenly, but incrementally, century by century, generation by generation. Abilities once common becoming rare, then legendary, then forgotten entirely. I saw it as an existential threat greater than any dark wizard. And that justified separating children from their families? Manipulating their development according to some ancient template? I convinced myself it did," the portrait replied, and Minerva was struck by the rare note of uncertainty in his voice. "I told myself that individual suffering, however regrettable, was a necessary price for preserving magic itself. That without intervention, the wizarding world might face not just decline, but eventual extinction." "You could have shared these concerns," Minerva said, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. "You could have sought collaboration, consensus, and faced decades of debate, skepticism, political resistance. While magic continued to fade." The portrait shook his head. I chose what seemed the more certain path. You chose wrong, Albus. The simple declaration hung in the air between them, the living woman and the painted echo of the man who had shaped so much of her life and the wizarding world. Perhaps, the portrait conceded after a long silence. But I cannot claim I would choose differently, even knowing what I know now. That was always my flaw, wasn't it? The certainty that I alone could see the path forward clearly enough to justify whatever steps were necessary to follow it. Minerva turned away, unable to look at the familiar face with its mixture of regret and unrepentant conviction. The committee has documented 69 cases of direct intervention, with an additional 57 verified since our investigation began. 126 lives irrevocably altered by your decisions. And millions potentially saved if magic is preserved, the portrait replied quietly. Though I acknowledge that calculation will bring little comfort to those who paid the price. No, it won't, Minerva agreed. Nor should it. Abstract benefits cannot balance concrete harms, Albus. That was always your fundamental error, believing that equations of greater good could be calculated without accounting for the full weight of individual suffering. She gathered the materials she had come to collect, the final drafts of the committee's report, annotated with her last revisions. As she prepared to leave, she paused at the door, looking back at the portrait. Your constellation is complete, she said, referring to the pattern of 7 key placements Harry had identified. Whether it will have the effect you intended remains to be seen. But I want you to understand something, Albus. If magic is indeed preserved or strengthened in the coming generations, it will not vindicate your methods. The ends and means must be evaluated separately, or we lose the moral foundation that distinguishes us from those we oppose. The portrait's expression was unreadable in the moonlight. History will judge, Minerva. No, she replied firmly. People will judge, individual human beings whose lives were affected by your actions. Their judgments, their feelings, their responses matter more than some abstract historical verdict. That's what you never fully grasped, and what this investigation has ultimately been about, returning agency to those from whom you took it. With that, she left the headmaster's office, her steps echoing down the spiral staircase as she descended into the silent castle. Dawn was only a few hours away, and with it would come the final phase of the investigation that had begun 3 weeks ago with her arrival at the ministry bearing a weathered journal and an unshakable resolve to uncover the truth. The Wisingamot chamber was filled beyond capacity as Minerva and Amelia arrived for the presentation of the final report. News of the committee's findings had spread throughout Wizarding Britain, drawing unprecedented public interest in what would normally have been a procedural session. Rita Skeeter had secured her usual prime position in the press gallery, her acid green quill hovering expectantly beside her notebook. Beside her sat representatives from a dozen other publications, including the editor of the Quibbler, whose more thoughtful coverage had provided an important counterbalance to the prophet's sensationalism. The public galleries overflowed with affected families, concerned citizens, and the inevitable curiosity seekers drawn by the promise of historic revelations. Ministry security wizards lined the walls, wands visibly ready for any disturbance, though the atmosphere was more solemn than volatile. Kingsley Shacklebolt occupied the minister's seat, his expression grave but composed. Around him, the Wisingamot members settled into their places, their plum-colored robes creating a sea of dignified uniformity that belied the deep divisions that had emerged during the investigation. At precisely 10 o'clock, Tiberius Ogden entered and took his place at the chief warlock's podium. With a tap of his wand, he called the session to order. This session of the Wisingamot is now convened to receive the final report of the Special Committee on Child Placement Investigations, he announced, his magically amplified voice reaching every corner of the chamber. Madam Bones, as committee chair, you may proceed. Amelia rose, her bearing impeccable as always, her expression reflecting the gravity of the moment. Thank you, Chief Warlock. Before presenting our formal findings, I wish to acknowledge the extraordinary courage of those who have come forward to share their experiences with the committee. Their testimonies have been essential to understanding the full scope and impact of the matters we have investigated. She paused, allowing her gaze to sweep the chamber. The committee was established 3 weeks ago with a mandate to investigate allegations of systematic manipulation in the placement of magical children over a period spanning more than 5 decades. What began as an examination of 69 documented cases has expanded to include 126 verified instances of intervention, each representing a life fundamentally altered by decisions made without proper consent or transparency. Murmurs rippled through the audience as the scale of the investigation's findings became clear. Amelia waited for silence before continuing. Our report is divided into 3 sections. First, a factual account of the interventions documented, including methodologies used to circumvent normal placement procedures and the extent of memory modification employed to conceal these actions. Second, an analysis of the patterns these interventions reveal, including apparent strategic goals that evolved over different time periods. And third, recommendations for both immediate remediation for those affected and systemic reforms to prevent similar manipulations in the future. She gestured, and with a flick of her wand, bound copies of the report appeared on the desk of each Wisengamot member. The full document has been provided for your review. With the Chief Warlock's permission, I will now ask Professor McGonagall to present a summary of our key findings. Ogden nodded his assent, and Minerva rose to take Amelia's place at the podium. The chamber grew utterly still as she began to speak, her voice clear and measured despite the emotional weight of the material she presented. The committee has determined beyond reasonable doubt that Albus Dumbledore systematically manipulated the placement of magical children throughout his career, beginning in 1943 and continuing until his death in 1997, with certain placements occurring posthumously according to his instructions. She proceeded to outline the evidence supporting this conclusion, Dumbledore's own written records, testimony from affected individuals and their families, discrepancies in official ministry documentation, and memory evidence preserved in pensieves and verified through multiple authentication procedures. The interventions followed distinct patterns corresponding to different periods in Albus Dumbledore's career, Minerva continued. During the Grindelwald conflict and its aftermath, placements focused primarily on neutralizing family lines with political philosophies that conflicted with his vision for the wizarding world's future. During the First Wizarding War, he prioritized placing magically powerful children in environments that would develop their combat abilities. After Voldemort's first defeat, his attention shifted toward preserving rare magical talents and creating connections between individuals with complementary abilities. She paused, allowing the Wisengamot members to absorb the systematic nature of what had occurred. This was not a series of isolated incidents or well-intentioned mistakes, but a deliberate, long-term strategy that had evolved over decades. Regarding Albus Dumbledore's motivations, Minerva continued carefully, evidence suggests he believed these interventions were necessary to address what he perceived as a gradual decline in magical power and diversity over centuries. His research into ancient magical sites and historical accounts of magical capabilities indicates a genuine concern that certain types of magic were being lost or diminished with each generation. This revelation drew surprised murmurs from the chamber. While rumors had circulated about Dumbledore's possible motives, this was the first official acknowledgement of the existential concern that had apparently driven his actions. Whether this perception was accurate, whether magic is indeed waning cyclically as some ancient texts suggest, is beyond the scope of our investigation, Minerva stated firmly. What is clear, however, is that Albus Dumbledore believed this threat to be real and considered his interventions necessary to preserve magical knowledge and ability for future generations. She straightened slightly, her voice taking on a note of controlled intensity. However, the committee wishes to emphasize in the strongest possible terms that the validity of his concerns does not justify his methods. The systematic deception of families, the manipulation of children's development, and the violation of basic autonomy involved in these placements cannot be excused by appeals to greater good, however sincere those appeals might be. The chamber remained silent, the gravity of the findings settling over the assembled wizards and witches like a heavy cloak. Minerva proceeded to summarize the human impact of Dumbledore's actions: families fractured, identities disrupted, lives directed along paths not freely chosen. She spoke without dramatic flourish, allowing the simple facts to convey the emotional weight that sensationalism could only diminish. When she concluded her summary, Amelia returned to the podium to present the committee's recommendations. These included comprehensive support services for affected individuals and families, a formal acknowledgement by the Ministry of the harm done, and perhaps most significantly, the establishment of new laws governing the placement of magical children that would require transparency, consent, and ongoing oversight by a diverse council rather than any single authority figure. In closing, Amelia said, her voice solemn but resolute, "The committee wishes to emphasize that our purpose has never been to diminish Albus Dumbledore's genuine contributions to the wizarding world. His opposition to dark forces, his leadership during 2 wizarding wars, and his dedication to magical education remain significant accomplishments that have shaped our society for the better." She paused, her gaze sweeping the chamber. But greatness does not confer immunity from accountability, nor does it justify actions that violate the fundamental rights of others. By acknowledging the full truth of Albus Dumbledore's legacy, both his heroism and his harmful choices, we take an important step toward a wizarding society that values both powerful magic and ethical governance. As Amelia resumed her seat, the chamber remained silent for several long moments. The scope and implications of the report clearly required processing time even for those who had followed the investigation closely. Finally, Ogden cleared his throat. "The Wisingamot thanks the committee for its thorough and thoughtful report," he said formally. "We will now open the floor for questions and discussion before considering the committee's recommendations." What followed was 3 hours of intense questioning, with Wisingamot members probing every aspect of the committee's findings. Some questions were genuinely seeking clarification or deeper understanding, while others clearly aimed to undermine the report's credibility or minimize its implications. Minerva and Amelia addressed each inquiry with patience and precision, backed by the extensive documentation they had compiled. When challenged about the reliability of memories or the authenticity of Dumbledore's private papers, they detailed the multiple verification procedures used to ensure accuracy. When questioned about the committee's jurisdiction or methodology, they cited the specific authorities and precedents that had guided their work. Throughout the questioning, Minerva noted with satisfaction that the factual basis of their findings remained largely unchallenged, the evidence was simply too comprehensive to dismiss. Instead, the opposition focused on interpretive questions. Had Dumbledore's concerns about magical decline been justified? Had his interventions actually benefited the wizarding world despite their ethical shortcomings? Should his legacy be judged primarily by his intentions or by his methods? These were legitimate philosophical questions without simple answers, precisely the kind of nuanced debate Minerva had hoped the investigation would eventually produce. After generations of uncritical admiration for Dumbledore, the wizarding world was finally engaging with the complex reality of his leadership, acknowledging both his brilliance and his flaws. As the discussion began to circle back to points already addressed, Ogden finally called for a recess before voting on the committee's recommendations. The chamber emptied gradually, conversations continuing in hushed tones as members and spectators filed out. In the corridor outside, Minerva found herself approached by Augusta Longbottom, who had become an unexpected ally during the investigation after learning the full extent of Dumbledore's influence on her grandson's upbringing. "A formidable presentation, Minerva," Augusta said approvingly. Clear-eyed without being vindictive. "Thank you, Augusta," Minerva replied. "How is Neville processing all this?" Augusta's expression softened slightly at the mention of her grandson. "Better than I am, if truth be told. He says understanding the pattern helps him make sense of experiences he's questioned his whole life, like why his magic was so slow to manifest, and why such extreme measures were used to force it out. And he doesn't resent the manipulation." "Oh, he resents it," Augusta confirmed with a wry smile. "But he's also found a certain peace in knowing it wasn't personal, that he wasn't singled out for deficiency, but rather positioned according to some larger design. And he's channeled that resentment productively." She lowered her voice slightly. "Did you know he's been working with the committee's Support Services Division? Helping other affected individuals understand and process their situations." Minerva hadn't known, but she wasn't surprised. Neville had always possessed a quiet empathy that his more flamboyant classmates sometimes overlooked. That he would use his own painful experience to help others was entirely in character. "He'll make an excellent head of Gryffindor someday," she observed, when he's ready to transition from herbology research to teaching. Augusta's eyebrows rose slightly. Planning your staffing that far ahead, Minerva? Always, Minerva replied with a small smile. Though I've learned to be more transparent about my intentions than my predecessor was. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Percy Weasley, looking harried but purposeful. Professor McGonagall, Madame Longbottom, he greeted them with a brief nod. The minister requests your presence in his office before the session resumes, Professor. There's been a development. The careful neutrality of Percy's tone suggested this development was potentially problematic. Minerva exchanged a quick glance with Augusta before following Percy toward the lifts. What sort of development, Mr. Weasley? She asked as they waited for the lift to arrive. Percy glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard. A delegation has arrived from the International Confederation of Wizards, he said quietly. They're expressing concerns about the potential international implications of the committee's findings. Minerva frowned. The ICW has no jurisdiction over internal British magical affairs. Not directly, Percy agreed as they entered the lift. But Dumbledore's influence extended well beyond our borders, particularly during his tenure as Supreme Mugwump. The Confederation is concerned about similar investigations being launched in other countries where he may have had influence. The implications were clear. The international wizarding establishment was moving to contain the potential spread of accountability beyond Britain's borders. If similar patterns of manipulation were discovered in other countries, the resulting disruption could shake the foundations of magical governance globally. When they reached the minister's office, they found Kingsley engaged in tense conversation with three wizards whose formal robes bore the distinctive silver insignia of the ICW. Amelia was already present, her expression carefully neutral as she observed the exchange. "Ah, Professor McGonagall," Kingsley said, interrupting whatever point the lead delegate had been making. "Thank you for joining us. These gentlemen have some concerns about our investigation that I believe you're best positioned to address." The lead delegate, a tall, austere wizard with silver-streaked dark hair and a precisely trimmed beard, turned to face Minerva. "Professor. I am Casimir Dvorak, acting Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation. My colleagues and I have been following your committee's work with growing concern. I was unaware that internal British governance fell within the ICW's purview, Supreme Mugwump," Minerva replied coolly. "It doesn't," Dvorak acknowledged with a thin smile. "However, when that governance involves revelations about a wizard who served as head of our confederation for nearly 40 years, and whose influence shaped international magical policy for decades, we have a vested interest in how those revelations are managed." "Managed?" Minerva repeated, arching an eyebrow. "The truth is not something to be managed, Supreme Mugwump. It simply is." "A philosopher's perspective, Professor," Dvorak replied dismissively. "Those of us with responsibility for maintaining international magical stability must take a more practical view. The unfiltered release of information regarding Albus Dumbledore's methods could have far-reaching consequences for magical governance worldwide. Only if similar manipulations occurred in other jurisdictions," Amelia observed pointedly. "Is that what concerns you, Supreme Mugwump? That Dumbledore's pattern of intervention extended beyond Britain?" The momentary tightening of Dvorak's expression confirmed her suspicion. "Our concern is with stability and public confidence in magical institutions," he said, avoiding a direct answer. "Albus Dumbledore's legacy is intertwined with the development of international magical cooperation over the past century. To reduce that legacy to a series of questionable personal decisions is to potentially undermine decades of progress. We have been extremely careful not to reduce his legacy to any single dimension," Minerva replied firmly. "Our report acknowledges his significant contributions while also documenting actions that violated basic ethical principles. Both aspects must be acknowledged if we are to understand his impact fully." "Perhaps in an academic context," one of the other delegates interjected. "But the public rarely has patience for such nuance. They will seize on the sensational aspects, the manipulations, the deceptions, and lose sight of the greater good he achieved. The greater good, Minerva repeated quietly, the phrase carrying particular weight given its associations with both Grindelwald and Dumbledore. That justification has been used to excuse too many violations of individual autonomy, too many unilateral decisions made by those in power without accountability or consent. Kingsley, who had been observing the exchange with careful attention, finally spoke. "What exactly are you requesting of us, Supreme Mugwump?" The committee's report has already been presented to the Wizengamot. Its recommendations will be voted on when the session resumes. Dvorak straightened slightly. The Confederation requests that certain portions of the report be classified, specifically, those suggesting systematic patterns that might extend beyond Britain's borders. We also request that any further investigations be conducted in consultation with the ICW to ensure international magical relations are not unnecessarily disrupted. "You're asking us to censor our findings," Amelia said bluntly. "To protect the international magical establishment from potential scrutiny. We are asking you to consider the broader implications of your actions," Dvorak corrected, though his tone conceded the accuracy of her characterization. "The stability of international magical governance serves all magical communities." Kingsley exchanged glances with Minerva and Amelia before responding. "Britain values its relationship with the International Confederation," he said diplomatically. "However, we cannot compromise the integrity of our internal investigations to shield any individual or institution from legitimate scrutiny. The committee's findings will be presented in full, and its recommendations considered on their merits." Dvorak's expression hardened. "That is, unfortunate. The Confederation may need to reconsider certain collaborative arrangements with Britain if its government cannot demonstrate appropriate discretion in sensitive matters." "Are you threatening diplomatic consequences, Supreme Mugwump?" Kingsley asked, his deep voice remaining calm despite the implicit challenge. "Merely observing potential outcomes, Minister," Dvorak replied smoothly. "International cooperation requires mutual trust and respect for established institutions. As does the relationship between a government and its citizens," Minerva countered. "The people affected by Albus Dumbledore's manipulations deserve the full truth, not a sanitized version designed to protect institutional reputations." The tension in the room was palpable as Dvorak considered his response. Finally, he inclined his head slightly. "We have made our position clear. The Confederation hopes that Britain will consider the international implications before taking irreversible steps. We will await the Wizengamot's decision before determining our response." With that, the delegation departed, leaving an uneasy silence in their wake. "Well," Kingsley said after a moment, "that adds another dimension to our considerations." "They're afraid," Amelia observed. "Not just of what we've already uncovered, but of what might emerge if other countries conduct similar investigations." Minerva nodded in agreement. Albus's influence extended throughout Europe and beyond. If he implemented similar placement patterns elsewhere, the entire international magical governance structure could be compromised, Kingsley finished grimly. Positions of influence potentially filled by people placed according to his designs rather than rising through merit or democratic processes. The implications were staggering, not just individual lives manipulated, but potentially entire systems of governance shaped according to Dumbledore's vision of what the magical world should become. Whether that vision had been benevolent or misguided, the violation of democratic principles was profound. "What will you do?" Minerva asked Kingsley, recognizing that as minister, he faced diplomatic pressures beyond those affecting the committee directly. Kingsley's expression was resolute. "Support the committee's recommendations in full. The ICW's concerns, while politically significant, cannot override our obligation to truth and justice within our own borders." He checked his pocket watch. "The session resumes in 15 minutes. We should return to the chamber." As they made their way back to the Wizengamot chamber, Minerva found herself reflecting on how the investigation had continually expanded in scope and implications. What had begun as an effort to bring truth to individuals affected by Dumbledore's manipulations now potentially touched on the very foundations of international magical governance. The chamber was already filling when they arrived, the brief recess having done little to diminish public interest in the proceedings. Minerva noted with interest that Harry, Ron, and Hermione had taken seats together in the public gallery, their presence a visible reminder of the human dimension behind the political maneuvering. Ogden called the session back to order promptly. Having heard the committee's report and completed our questioning, we will now consider their recommendations. The first recommendation concerns official acknowledgement and apology. A moment, Chief Warlock, interrupted a familiar, syrupy voice. Dolores Umbridge had risen from her seat, her pink cardigan as jarring as ever against the formal plum of the Wizengamot robes. Before proceeding to specific recommendations, I believe we should address a procedural concern that has been raised. Ogden's expression suggested limited patience for further delays. What concern, Madam Umbridge? It has come to my attention, Umbridge said with affected regret, that certain portions of the committee's report may have international security implications. I move that we postpone voting on the recommendations until the report can be reviewed by the Department of International Magical Cooperation for potential classification requirements. The source of this last-minute intervention was transparent. The ICW delegation had clearly sought allies within the Wizengamot after failing to persuade Kingsley directly. Umbridge, ever eager to align herself with any perceived source of power, had taken up their cause. The committee's report has already been vetted for security concerns by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia replied before Ogden could respond. No information contained therein compromises national or international magical security. With all due respect to Madame Bones, Umbridge countered with a smile that contained no warmth, the determination of international security implications properly belongs to the Department of International Magical Cooperation, not law enforcement. Murmurs spread through the chamber as Wizengamot members considered this procedural argument. Minerva exchanged concerned glances with Amelia. If the vote was delayed, the opposition would have time to marshal more substantial resistance to the recommendations. Before Ogden could rule on Umbridge's motion, another voice joined the discussion, this one from an unexpected quarter. If I may, Chief Warlock, Percy Weasley said, rising from his place among the administrative staff. As Senior Undersecretary to the Minister and former head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, I can confirm that the report was indeed reviewed by appropriate international liaison officers prior to presentation. No security concerns were identified that would require classification or delay. Umbridge's face flushed an ugly shade of pink. Mr. Weasley hardly represents an unbiased perspective, given his family's known associations with certain affected parties. My professional assessment is based on ministry protocols, not personal associations, Madam Umbridge, Percy replied stiffly. Unless you are questioning my integrity as a ministry official. The challenge was clear, and Umbridge backpedaled slightly. Merely suggesting that additional review might be prudent given the sensitive nature of the material. Ogden, who had been observing the exchange with thinly veiled impatience, tapped his wand against the podium. The chair recognizes no valid procedural impediment to proceeding with consideration of the committee's recommendations. Madam Umbridge, if you wish to propose specific amendments during discussion, you may do so at the appropriate time. Thwarted but not silenced, Umbridge settled back into her seat with a sour expression. Minerva caught Kingsley's eye across the chamber and received a small nod of acknowledgement. Percy's intervention had clearly been at the minister's direction, a strategic counter to the ICW's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. The Wizengamot proceeded to consider each of the committee's recommendations in turn. The first, formal acknowledgement and apology from the ministry for its institutional failure to prevent the manipulations, passed with a comfortable majority, though not without debate about the precise wording of the acknowledgement. The second recommendation, comprehensive support services for affected individuals and families, passed nearly unanimously, the human dimension of the situation transcending political divisions. Even those who had been skeptical of the investigation's broader implications recognized the need to provide practical assistance to those whose lives had been disrupted by the revelations. The third recommendation proved more contentious, the establishment of new laws governing the placement of magical children that would require transparency, consent, and ongoing oversight by a diverse council rather than any single authority figure. This struck at the heart of traditional wizarding governance, with its tendency toward powerful individuals making unilateral decisions in the name of the greater good. The proposed Oversight Council represents an unnecessary bureaucratization of child welfare decisions, argued Augustus Rowell, who had led the earlier petition to dissolve the committee. It would impede timely action in situations requiring immediate intervention. The council would have emergency protocols for urgent cases, Amelia countered. But the principle of multiple perspectives and checks on individual authority is essential to preventing the very pattern of manipulation we have documented. The debate continued for over an hour, with various Wisengamot members proposing amendments to the council's composition, authority, and procedural requirements. Throughout, Minerva and Amelia remained firm on the core principle, that no single individual, however wise or well-intentioned, should have unilateral authority over decisions affecting children's placements. When the final vote was called, the recommendation passed, though with a narrower margin than the previous two. The wizarding world was beginning to grapple with fundamental questions of governance and accountability that Dumbledore's case had brought into sharp relief. The fourth and final recommendation addressed the international dimensions that had emerged during the investigation, a proposal for collaborative research with magical communities worldwide into Dumbledore's concern about magical decline, separate from but informed by the committee's findings on his methods. This recommendation acknowledges that Albus Dumbledore's underlying concern may have merit, even while rejecting his methods, Minerva explained. If magic is indeed changing over generations, whether declining in certain aspects or simply evolving, that reality deserves study through ethical, transparent, collaborative methods. To her surprise, this recommendation faced less resistance than anticipated. Perhaps the ICW delegation's intervention had actually heightened awareness of the potential international dimensions of Dumbledore's actions, making the case for collaborative research more compelling. Or perhaps the wizarding world was ready to engage with questions about magic's future that transcended national boundaries and political divisions. Whatever the reason, the final recommendation passed with a substantial majority, completing the Wisengamot's formal response to the committee's report. Ogden tapped his wand against the podium one final time. The recommendations of the Special Committee on Child Placement Investigations have been approved, he announced. The Ministry is directed to implement them according to the timeline specified in the report. This concludes the committee's formal mandate, though its Support Services Division will continue operating during the transition to permanent structures. With that, the official proceedings ended, though the chamber remained filled as people lingered to discuss the historic session and its implications. The investigation that had begun with Minerva and Amelia's dawn arrival at the Ministry 3 weeks ago had reached its formal conclusion, though its effects would continue to ripple through wizarding society for generations to come. As Minerva gathered her materials, she found herself approached by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who had made their way down from the public gallery. Hermione, who had contributed significantly to the committee's work despite her personal connection to the case, looked satisfied though emotionally drained. "It's really done, then," she said, glancing around the gradually emptying chamber. "The formal part, at least." "Yes," Minerva confirmed. "Though the work of healing and implementation has only begun." Harry's expression was thoughtful as he surveyed the scene. "I've been thinking about what comes next, not just the support services and new regulations, but the larger questions about magic that Dumbledore was trying to address, however misguided his methods." "The Collaborative Research Initiative?" Minerva asked. "Partly that," Harry agreed. "But also the practical implications for magical education. If certain types of magic are indeed becoming rarer or changing, shouldn't our approach to teaching evolve as well?" It was a perceptive question, one that Minerva herself had been considering as she thought about Hogwarts' future. "Indeed it should, Mr. Potter. In fact, I've been developing proposals for curriculum reforms that would place greater emphasis on magical diversity and individualized instruction." "You might want to talk to Neville about that," Ron suggested. "He's been working with some of the affected families, and he's noticed patterns in how different types of magic manifest in children from different backgrounds." "A good suggestion," Minerva agreed. "Professor Longbottom has always had an intuitive understanding of magical development that extends beyond his herbology specialty." The casual reference to Neville as "Professor" drew small smiles from the trio, who had watched their formerly timid classmate grow into a respected educator and researcher. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Kingsley, who had finally extracted himself from post-session discussions with various ministry officials. "Minerva, Amelia," he greeted them, including the others with a nod. "The ICW delegation has departed, rather hurriedly, I might add. Returning to report our failure to cooperate with their censorship request, no doubt," Amelia observed dryly. "Almost certainly," Kingsley agreed. "But their reaction suggests something more than diplomatic posturing. I suspect Dvorak will be conducting internal damage control within the Confederation itself." "You think there are members who already suspected similar patterns in their own countries?" Hermione asked perceptively. Kingsley nodded. "And who may now feel empowered to investigate, despite the leadership's preference for maintaining the status quo. Our actions here have potentially created a template for similar reckonings elsewhere." The international ramifications of their work were still emerging, likely to develop over years rather than weeks. Minerva found herself wondering how many other countries might discover their own versions of Dumbledore's manipulations, their own children positioned according to some grand design without their knowledge or consent. As they left the Wisengamot chamber together, Minerva was struck by the peculiar mixture of conclusion and commencement that the day represented. The formal investigation had ended, its findings documented and recommendations approved. But the process of understanding, healing, and reform was only beginning, for the affected individuals, for the wizarding community, and perhaps for magical governance worldwide. 1 month after the Wisengamot's approval of the committee's recommendations, Minerva found herself once again at the Ministry of Magic, this time for the formal opening of the Magical Child Welfare Council's permanent offices. The council represented the most tangible institutional outcome of the investigation, a diverse body of 13 witches and wizards responsible for overseeing all aspects of magical children's welfare, placement, and rights. The offices occupied the former space of the improper use of magic office, which had been reorganized and relocated as part of a larger restructuring of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Bright, airy, and deliberately welcoming, the space had been designed to feel accessible rather than intimidating to the families and children it would serve. Kingsley Shacklebolt was present to cut the ceremonial ribbon, along with various ministry officials, Wisengamot members, and representatives from magical communities throughout Britain. More significant to Minerva were the former Dumbledore's children, in attendance, now mostly adults, many with families of their own, who had come to witness the establishment of protections they themselves had been denied. Harry stood near the center of the gathering, his arm around Ginny, their 3 children fidgeting slightly in their formal robes. Beside them were Hermione and Ron with their 2, the younger one perched on Ron's shoulders for a better view of the proceedings. Neville Longbottom stood nearby with his grandmother, both looking on with quiet satisfaction as the culmination of their advocacy took physical form. Luna Lovegood moved through the crowd with her notebook, conducting interviews for the Quibbler's coverage of the event. Her approach to journalism, combining clear-eyed truth-telling with compassion for those involved, had provided an essential counterbalance to the Prophet's more sensationalized reporting throughout the aftermath of the investigation. The formal speeches were mercifully brief, emphasizing the Council's commitment to transparency, ethical decision-making, and respect for both magical tradition and individual rights. When the ceremonial ribbon was cut, releasing a shower of golden sparks that formed the Council's emblem, a protective hand supporting a star, the gathered crowd applauded with genuine enthusiasm. As the formal ceremony transitioned to a reception, Minerva found herself approached by Elias Fawley, whose testimony had opened the public hearings and set the tone for what followed. Now nearly 80, he moved with the careful dignity of advanced age, but his eyes remained sharp and perceptive. "Professor McGonagall," he greeted her, inclining his head slightly. "A significant day for our community." "Indeed, Mr. Fawley," she agreed. "Though it represents only the beginning of the changes needed." "True enough," he acknowledged. "But beginnings matter. I never expected to see this particular beginning in my lifetime." Minerva studied him thoughtfully. "How have you been processing everything since the hearings?" It can't have been easy to revisit such painful history so publicly. Elias considered the question with the reflective care that characterized his generation. It's been clarifying, he finally said. For decades, I lived with questions that had no answers, gaps in my understanding that I couldn't fill. Now, while I may not like all the answers I've received, at least they are answers. There's a certain peace in that. And your feelings toward Albus? Minerva asked carefully. Complex, Elias admitted with a small smile. I cannot forgive what he took from me, the chance to know my parents, to grow up in my birth culture, to follow the path my family had established over generations. Yet I also recognize that he genuinely believed he was serving some greater purpose, however misguided his methods. He paused, his gaze moving to the council's emblem that now glowed softly on the wall behind them. What matters most to me is that his actions have been acknowledged, documented, and repudiated. Not to punish him posthumously, but to ensure that such manipulation cannot happen again, that future generations of magical children will be protected in ways I was not. This perspective, a focus on future protection rather than past retribution, had characterized many of the affected individuals' responses once the initial shock of discovery had passed. They sought not vengeance but validation, not punishment but prevention of similar harm to others. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Harry, who had been circulating through the gathering with the practiced ease of someone accustomed to public events despite his personal preference for privacy. Mr. Foley, he greeted the older wizard warmly. I'm glad you could be here today. Your testimony was what finally convinced many Wizengamot members that the pattern was real and deliberate. Your own testimony was equally powerful, Mr. Potter, Elias replied. Particularly coming from someone who had every reason to view Albus Dumbledore more charitably given your history. Harry's expression turned reflective. I've had years to process my complicated feelings about Dumbledore. Many others affected by his manipulations are just beginning that journey. Which is why the support services are so essential, Minerva observed. The practical assistance for families reconnecting after decades of separation, the counseling for those struggling with revelations about their origins, the legal aid for those addressing inheritance or identity documentation issues. These services, initially established by the investigation committee, had now been incorporated into the council's permanent structure, with expanded resources and staff. The demand had proven even greater than anticipated, as more cases continued to emerge following the public revelations. I understand you've been involved with the international outreach aspects, Mr. Potter, Elias said. How are other magical communities responding to our example? Harry's expression turned cautiously optimistic. There's growing interest in conducting similar investigations, particularly in Europe where Dumbledore's influence was strongest. France has already established a preliminary committee, and Germany is considering one. The ICW leadership remains resistant, but individual member nations are increasingly willing to examine their own histories. This international dimension had developed significantly in the month since the Wizengamot's approval of the committee's recommendations. Despite the ICW leadership's attempts to minimize the implications of Britain's investigation, the detailed documentation and transparent process had created a model that other countries found difficult to dismiss, particularly as their own citizens began asking uncomfortable questions about possible manipulations within their borders. The reception continued around them, the mood one of cautious optimism rather than triumphant celebration. Those present understood that the establishment of the council represented an important institutional reform, but not a complete resolution to the complex issues the investigation had uncovered. As the gathering began to disperse, Minerva found herself standing with Amelia near the council's mission statement, now prominently displayed on the main wall. The carefully crafted text emphasized principles of transparency, consent, and collective responsibility, direct responses to the unilateral secrecy that had characterized Dumbledore's approach. Do you think it will be enough? Minerva asked quietly. These institutional safeguards against future manipulations. Amelia considered the question with her characteristic thoroughness. No single reform can guarantee ethical governance, she finally replied. Institutions are only as strong as the values of those who operate within them. But making those values explicit, building them into procedural requirements and oversight mechanisms, that creates barriers to the kind of unilateral action Albus engaged in. And magical decline? The concern that apparently motivated his actions? The collaborative research initiative is gaining momentum, Amelia noted. Magical communities worldwide contributing historical data, sharing observations about changing magical manifestations across generations. If there is a genuine pattern of decline or significant change, we'll address it collectively and transparently, not through one man's hidden manipulations. Whether Dumbledore had been right about magic's gradual waning remained an open question, one that would require decades of careful research to answer definitively. What had been clearly established, however, was that his methods had violated fundamental ethical principles, regardless of his motivations. As Minerva prepared to depart, Hermione approached, having just concluded a conversation with one of the newly appointed council members. "Professor, I wanted to let you know, Eleanor and I are hosting a gathering this weekend for families who've been reconnected through the investigation. Nothing formal, just an opportunity to share experiences and support one another. We'd be honored if you could attend." The invitation touched Minerva deeply. Hermione's relationship with her birth mother, Eleanor Fairchild, had developed with remarkable depth and compatibility over the past month. They had chosen to navigate their reconnection privately at first, but were now emerging as advocates for other families in similar situations. "I'd be honored," Minerva replied sincerely. "Though I hope my presence won't inhibit open conversation. Some may still associate me with Hogwarts and, by extension, with Albus's legacy." "Actually, that's partly why we want you there," Hermione explained. "Many people still have questions about how and why they were selected for Dumbledore's interventions. Your understanding of his patterns and motivations provides context that helps them process their personal situations. This role, interpreter of Dumbledore's actions for those affected by them, was one Minerva had found herself filling increasingly over the past weeks. Her decades of working closely with Albus, combined with her leadership of the investigation, positioned her uniquely to provide insights that neither completely condemned nor excused his choices. "Then I'll be there," she promised. "And Hermione, how are you managing with your own situation? With the Grangers?" Hermione's expression reflected the complexity of her circumstances. "It's evolving," she said carefully. "They were devastated at first, feeling they'd been deceived, wondering if our entire relationship was based on manipulation. But we're working through it with counseling. The fact that I still consider them my parents, regardless of biology, has been important for them to hear." The counseling services established by the committee had proven particularly valuable for cases like Hermione's, where living adoptive parents were confronting revelations that challenged their understanding of their family relationships. Unlike many affected by Dumbledore's manipulations, Hermione had the emotional maturity and resources to navigate this complexity while maintaining connections with both her birth mother and the parents who had raised her. "And your children?" Minerva asked gently. "How are they processing having a new grandmother?" A genuine smile lit Hermione's face. "They've adapted with the flexibility only children possess. Rose is fascinated by Eleanor's research and has already decided she wants to study ancient magical languages when she's older. Hugo just likes having another grandparent who bakes excellent biscuits and tells interesting stories." The simple human connection, a grandmother baking for her grandchildren, sharing stories that might otherwise have been lost, represented the healing that was occurring alongside the institutional reforms. Individual families were finding their own paths to reconciliation, rebuilding connections that should never have been severed. As the gathering concluded, Minerva found herself reflecting on the journey of the past weeks, from the moment she had discovered the first hidden record in Dumbledore's office to this day of institutional commitment to a different approach to magical governance. The investigation had revealed painful truths, challenged comfortable narratives, and forced the wizarding world to confront questions of power, responsibility, and ethical leadership that had too long been ignored. Yet amidst these difficult reckonings, there had also been moments of profound healing, families reunited, questions answered, agency restored to those who had been unwitting pieces in Dumbledore's grand design. These human connections, these individual reconciliations, represented the most meaningful outcome of their work. 2 months after the council's establishment, Minerva sat in her office at Hogwarts, reviewing applications for the coming school year. The familiar rhythm of academic preparation provided a welcome return to normalcy after the intensity of the investigation, though its impact continued to manifest in various aspects of her work as headmistress. Most notably, the school's approach to identifying and contacting Muggle-born students had been comprehensively reformed. Rather than the single representative who had traditionally handled these interactions, a role Dumbledore had often reserved for those most loyal to him, a small team now shared the responsibility, with clear protocols for ensuring families received complete information and genuine choice about their children's magical education. The letters themselves had been redesigned to be more accessible to Muggle parents, with additional materials explaining wizarding culture, educational options, and support services available during the transition. Most significantly, the process now emphasized that accepting a place at Hogwarts was a choice, not an obligation, that other magical educational paths existed, and that families should make informed decisions based on their own circumstances and values. These changes reflected the broader shift toward transparency and respect for autonomy that the investigation had catalyzed throughout wizarding institutions. No longer could magical authorities simply assume that their judgments should supersede family decisions, particularly across the magical/Muggle divide that Dumbledore had so often navigated according to his own designs. Minerva's contemplation was interrupted by a knock at her office door. "Enter," she called, setting aside the applications. Neville Longbottom stepped into the office, still wearing his work robes from the greenhouses, though he had made an effort to remove the more obvious soil from his hands. At 36, he had matured into a confident, capable wizard whose quiet competence commanded respect without demanding it, a far cry from the nervous boy who had once lost his toad on the Hogwarts Express. "Professor McGonagall," he greeted her with a warm smile. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything urgent." "Not at all, Neville," she assured him. "And please, when we're not in formal settings, I think we've known each other long enough for you to call me Minerva." He laughed softly. "I've tried, but it still feels strange. Old habits from student days, I suppose." "Understandable. What brings you here this afternoon?" "I thought you'd be preparing for the International Herbology Conference." "My presentation is ready," he replied, settling into the chair across from her desk. "Actually, I wanted to discuss something related to our new mentorship program for students affected by the Dumbledore revelations." The program had been Neville's initiative, a structured support system for current Hogwarts students who had discovered that their placements or family circumstances had been influenced by Dumbledore's manipulations. Some were dealing with complex emotions about their identities, others navigating new relationships with previously unknown relatives, all while continuing their magical education. "I hope there are no problems with the program?" Minerva asked. "The Board of Governors seemed quite supportive when you presented it." "No problems," Neville assured her. "In fact, it's been so successful that we're considering expanding it." He leaned forward slightly, his expression earnest. "But I've been thinking about a related issue, students who weren't directly affected by Dumbledore's manipulations but who are struggling with the revelations about him as a historical figure." Minerva nodded in understanding. For generations of Hogwarts students, Albus Dumbledore had been presented as an unambiguous hero, the greatest wizard of the modern era, champion of light against darkness, moral compass of the wizarding world. The investigation had complicated this narrative significantly, leaving many students unsure how to reconcile the different dimensions of his legacy. "What are you proposing?" she asked. "A more comprehensive approach to how we teach about recent magical history," Neville replied. "Not just Dumbledore specifically, but the entire period of Grindelwald and Voldemort's rises and falls. A curriculum that acknowledges complexity, presents multiple perspectives, and encourages critical thinking rather than simplified hero narratives." It was an ambitious proposal, particularly given the wizarding world's traditional reluctance to engage critically with its own history. Yet it aligned perfectly with the ethos of transparency and ethical reflection that had emerged from the investigation. Would you be willing to develop this curriculum in collaboration with Professor Binns? Minerva asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. Neville's expression turned diplomatic. Professor Binns has valuable historical knowledge. But perhaps a living professor might better facilitate the kind of interactive, multi-perspective discussions I'm envisioning. Minerva suppressed a smile at the gentle critique of the ghost professor's notoriously dry, fact-focused teaching style. A fair point. Who would you suggest? Professor Clearwater has some background in modern magical history, though her focus has been primarily on transfiguration. Actually, Neville said with slight hesitation, I was thinking of Harry. Minerva's eyebrows rose in surprise. Harry Potter? As a professor? Not full-time, Neville clarified quickly. He's not ready to leave the Auror office. But as a visiting lecturer for specific units on the war periods. Who better to help students understand the complex reality behind the simplified narratives than someone who lived through it? Who knew Dumbledore personally, benefited from his protection, but also experienced the consequences of his manipulations? The suggestion was unorthodox but intriguing. Harry's unique perspective, deeply personal yet increasingly nuanced with age and experience, could indeed provide valuable insights for students attempting to navigate the complexities of recent magical history. And his natural teaching ability, demonstrated years ago with Dumbledore's army, had only matured with his professional experience training junior Aurors. Would he be interested? Minerva asked. Harry has always seemed somewhat uncomfortable with formal educational settings, given his own complicated school experiences. I've spoken with him preliminarily, Neville admitted. He's cautiously interested, though concerned about potential accusations of bias given his personal connection to the subject matter. A legitimate concern, Minerva acknowledged. Though perhaps addressed by presenting his perspective explicitly as one among several, rather than as definitive historical interpretation. They discussed the proposal further, considering practical arrangements, potential complementary guest speakers, and integration with the existing history of magic curriculum. By the time Neville departed, they had sketched the outline of a pilot program for the coming academic year, a series of special seminars for 6th and 7th year students that would provide a more nuanced understanding of the Grindelwald and Voldemort periods, including Dumbledore's complex role in both. After Neville left, Minerva found herself reflecting on how the investigation's impact continued to ripple through wizarding society in unexpected ways. What had begun as an effort to bring truth to those directly affected by Dumbledore's manipulations was now influencing how history itself would be taught to future generations, moving from simplified narratives of heroes and villains toward more complex understandings of human choices, ethical dilemmas, and the sometimes blurry boundaries between right and wrong. This evolution represented perhaps the most profound legacy of their work, not just institutional reforms or personal reconciliations, but a fundamental shift in how the wizarding world understood its own history and leadership. A willingness to acknowledge that even the greatest wizards were also fallible humans, capable of both remarkable good and significant harm, often simultaneously. 3 months after the council's establishment, Minerva found herself at the Burrow for what had become a monthly gathering of families affected by the investigation. What had begun as Hermione and Eleanor's small support group had gradually expanded into a larger community of mutual assistance and connection, with the Weasleys' home serving as a warm, welcoming environment for these sometimes difficult conversations. The Burrow's garden had been expanded with magical tents to accommodate the growing attendance, though the atmosphere remained informal and intimate rather than institutional. Children played Quidditch in the nearby orchard while adults gathered in small groups around tables laden with Molly Weasley's generous food offerings, sharing experiences and offering support to newer arrivals still processing their discoveries. Minerva observed the gathering with quiet satisfaction, noting the organic connections forming between families with similar experiences. Diana Cresswell and her twin sister sat with a recently reunited set of brothers, offering insights from their own journey of reconnection after 50 years apart. Elias Fawley, among the oldest of Dumbledore's children, was deep in conversation with a young couple who had just discovered that both had been placed according to Dumbledore's designs, their meeting at Hogwarts perhaps not as coincidental as they had believed. Harry moved through the gathering with natural ease, his own experience providing a reference point that many found helpful in contextualizing their situations. Ginny stayed close to his side, her journalist's listening skills creating space for stories that needed telling, while their children played with the various other young ones present, a next generation already benefiting from the truth their parents had finally received. "It's remarkable, isn't it?" Hermione said, approaching with 2 cups of tea and offering one to Minerva. "How quickly they've formed connections." "Not so surprising, perhaps," Minerva replied, accepting the tea gratefully. "They share an experience few others can truly understand, discovering that fundamental aspects of their lives were designed by someone else. That creates a powerful bond." They stood in companionable silence for a moment, watching as Arthur Weasley enthusiastically explained the function of a Muggle mobile phone to a group of wizards who had recently discovered Muggle relatives through the investigation. "Eleanor seems to be thriving in her new role," Minerva observed, nodding toward where Hermione's birth mother was helping a newly identified Muggle-born family navigate their first interactions with the wizarding world. "She is," Hermione agreed with evident pride. "She's channeled decades of wondering about me into helping others navigate similar circumstances. It's become healing for her in ways neither of us expected." The relationship between Hermione and Eleanor had evolved with remarkable naturalness over the past months, not replacing Hermione's connection with the Grangers, who were also present at the gathering, but creating a new, complementary bond that enriched all involved. They had found common ground not just in their similar intellectual interests, but in their shared commitment to helping others affected by Dumbledore's manipulations. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Amelia Bones, who had become a regular attendee at these gatherings despite her normally reserved nature. Her niece Susan accompanied her, now a respected healer specializing in magical psychology and a key figure in the support services established following the investigation. Minerva, Hermione, Amelia greeted them. "I hope we're not too late. Ministry business delayed us." "Not at all," Hermione assured her. "People tend to come and go throughout the afternoon." "What's happening at the ministry?" Amelia's expression turned cautiously optimistic. "The International Magical Cooperation Treaty has been finalized. 7 countries have agreed to establish standardized protocols for identifying and addressing historical cases of magical child manipulation, with shared resources for family reunification and support services." This development represented a significant evolution from the initial resistance they had encountered from international magical authorities. What had begun as an attempt to contain the investigation's implications had gradually transformed into collaborative engagement as more countries discovered similar patterns within their own borders. "Which countries?" Minerva asked. "France, Germany, Sweden, Spain, Japan, Brazil, and ourselves," Amelia replied. "With Australia, Canada, and several others indicating interest in joining once the initial framework is established." "And the ICW leadership?" Hermione asked. "Still resistant. Dvorak has been replaced as Supreme Mugwump," Amelia said with a small smile of satisfaction. "The Confederation membership voted for new leadership last week, apparently deciding that attempting to suppress investigation rather than address legitimate concerns did not inspire confidence." This international dimension had developed far beyond what any of them had initially anticipated when launching the investigation. What had begun as a specifically British inquiry into Dumbledore's actions had catalyzed a global reckoning with questions of magical governance, ethical leadership, and the rights of magical children that transcended national boundaries. As the afternoon progressed, Minerva found herself in conversation with various attendees, some seeking specific information about Dumbledore's patterns or motivations, others simply wanting to share their experiences with someone who understood the institutional context. She listened more than she spoke, recognizing that for many, being truly heard was an essential part of processing revelations that had upended their understanding of their own lives. Toward evening, as the gathering began to disperse, Harry approached her with 2 glasses of Ogden's finest. "Thought you might appreciate something stronger than tea after hours of intense conversations," he said, offering her one of the glasses. "Perceptive as always, Mr. Potter," she replied with a small smile, accepting the fire whiskey gratefully. "Though I notice you've poured yourself one as well." Equal need, he acknowledged, gesturing toward a nearby bench where they could sit somewhat apart from the remaining groups. These gatherings are rewarding but emotionally demanding. They settled on the bench, watching as the enchanted lights began to illuminate the garden in the gathering dusk. For a few moments, they drank in companionable silence, each reflecting on the day's conversations. "I've been thinking about the constellation of 7 you identified," Minerva said finally. "Have you spoken with the others involved?" Harry nodded, swirling the amber liquid in his glass thoughtfully. "All of them, now. Their reactions have been varied. Some find it disturbing to consider that their talents and life paths may have been deliberately cultivated according to Dumbledore's design. Others find a certain validation in being part of something larger than themselves, even if they wish the choice had been theirs to make." "And you?" Minerva asked. "Where do you fall on that spectrum?" Harry considered the question with the careful thoughtfulness that had become characteristic of his adulthood. "Somewhere in the middle, I suppose. I can't deny that Dumbledore's influence shaped me in ways that ultimately served a greater purpose, defeating Voldemort, certainly, and perhaps this larger concern about magical preservation as well. But I still believe he could have achieved those ends without the manipulation and secrecy that characterized his methods." He looked out across the garden, where the last children were being called in from their games as evening settled over the burrow. "What troubles me most isn't that he had a grand design, it's that he didn't trust any of us enough to include us in it knowingly. He denied us the dignity of informed choice, the chance to participate in his vision through our own agency rather than as unwitting pieces on his chessboard." Minerva nodded in understanding. This fundamental issue, the violation of autonomy rather than the specific outcomes, had emerged consistently throughout the investigation as the core ethical problem with Dumbledore's approach. Even those who accepted or even appreciated the ultimate results of his interventions in their lives still resented the means by which those results had been achieved. "Do you think the constellation is working?" she asked after a moment. "Is magic responding as Dumbledore apparently believed it would?" Harry's expression turned thoughtful. "The research initiative has documented some interesting patterns. Certain types of magic that were becoming increasingly rare do seem to be manifesting more frequently in the generation now attending Hogwarts. Natural elemental affinities, spontaneous animation abilities, enhanced magical resonance with particular substances or creatures, all showing statistically significant increases over the past decade. Which would align with the timeframe Dumbledore's notes suggested for the effects to become observable," Minerva observed. "Yes," Harry agreed. "Though whether that's due to his specific interventions or to the broader cultural shifts they helped catalyze remains difficult to determine. It could be that simply by drawing attention to these magical traditions, by ensuring they weren't forgotten entirely, he created conditions for their natural resurgence without the need for manipulating individual lives. This possibility, that Dumbledore's ends might have been achievable through less ethically problematic means, underscored the tragedy of his approach. His brilliance and foresight, which had allowed him to perceive patterns and possibilities others missed, had been undermined by his inability to trust in collective action, in the power of transparent collaboration rather than unilateral control. As darkness settled over the burrow, the remaining guests began their departures, some by apparition, others by flu, a few Muggle-connected families by enchanted cars that would return them to their non-magical lives until the next gathering. Minerva observed them with a mixture of satisfaction and lingering sadness, satisfaction at the healing connections being formed, sadness at the circumstances that had made them necessary. Hermione approached as Harry was called away by Ginny to help with their sleepy youngest child. "Thank you for coming today," she said to Minerva. "Your presence means a lot to people still trying to understand what happened to them." "It's the least I can do," Minerva replied. "Though I sometimes wonder if my connection to Hogwarts, and by extension, to Albus, might be painful for some." "Just the opposite," Hermione assured her. "You represent continuity and change simultaneously, someone who knew and worked with Dumbledore, who understood his context, but who also stood firmly for truth and accountability when the evidence emerged. That combination is actually quite reassuring for people trying to reconcile different aspects of their magical identities." The observation was perceptive and touched on Minerva's own journey through the investigation, her struggle to reconcile her decades of admiration and loyalty to Albus with the evidence of his profound ethical misjudgments. That reconciliation remained imperfect, a work in progress rather than a completed resolution, much like the healing journeys of those directly affected by his manipulations. As Minerva prepared to depart, Molly Weasley insisted on sending her home with a basket of leftovers despite her protests that she could easily obtain food at Hogwarts. "Nonsense," Molly declared firmly. "Castle food is all very well, but everyone needs home cooking occasionally. Besides, you've earned far more than a few biscuits and meat pies for what you've done for all these families." The simple kindness brought unexpected emotion to Minerva's throat. Throughout the investigation and its aftermath, she had been so focused on the procedural and institutional dimensions, on ensuring truth and justice, that she had sometimes neglected the basic human aspect, the need for warmth, connection, and ordinary kindness amidst extraordinary circumstances. "Thank you, Molly," she said simply, accepting the basket. "For this, and for opening your home to these gatherings. It means more than you know." Molly's expression softened. "Family is family, Minerva, whether by blood or choice or circumstance. All these people, they're finding their way back to where they belong, one way or another. The least we can do is provide a bit of food and warmth while they do it." This straightforward wisdom, so characteristic of Molly Weasley, crystallized something Minerva had been feeling throughout the day's observations. For all the institutional reforms, legal frameworks, and support services established in the wake of the investigation, the most profound healing was occurring through these simple human connections, shared meals, exchanged stories, small kindnesses offered without expectation of return. Perhaps that was the ultimate reconciliation emerging from the painful truths they had uncovered, not just between separated families or between individuals and their manipulated histories, but between the wizarding world's capacity for both great harm and great healing. The same community that had allowed Dumbledore's manipulations to occur unquestioned for decades was now creating spaces for genuine connection and support, demonstrating a resilience and compassion that transcended the failures of its leadership. As Minerva operated back to Hogwarts, basket in hand, she carried with her a quiet hope that had been gradually growing throughout these months of difficult work. Not the blind optimism that had sometimes characterized the post-war period, but a more grounded confidence in the wizarding community's capacity to confront its shadows, acknowledge its failures, and move forward with greater wisdom and compassion. The children of Dumbledore's designs were reclaiming their stories, rewriting narratives that had been imposed upon them without their knowledge or consent. And in doing so, they were collectively writing a new chapter for the wizarding world itself, one that valued truth over comfort, ethical consideration over expediency, and the dignity of individual choice over the certainties of centralized control. It was not the legacy Albus Dumbledore had envisioned when he began his systematic manipulations decades ago. But perhaps, Minerva reflected as she walked up the path to Hogwarts Castle, it was a more fitting and ultimately more sustainable legacy than even his brilliant mind could have designed, one built on authentic connection rather than calculated control, on shared truth rather than strategic secrets. In the end, the reconciliation that mattered most was not between Dumbledore's memory and those he had manipulated, but between the wizarding world and its own capacity for both darkness and light, its ability to acknowledge painful truths while still moving forward with hope, to remember its history honestly while creating a future based on deeper understanding of both magic's possibilities and its ethical boundaries. The dawn that had seen Minerva and Amelia walk into the ministry with their list of children and their warrants for justice had ultimately ushered in not just a reckoning with one wizard's manipulations, but the beginning of a new day for wizarding governance itself, one in which power would be balanced with transparency, brilliance with accountability, and magical achievement with ethical consideration. It was, Minerva thought as Hogwarts Castle rose before her in the moonlight, a worthy outcome from such painful beginnings. Not an ending, but a continuation, the next chapter in a story that would unfold for generations to come, shaped now by many hands and voices rather than by one wizard's solitary design. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.